And here we go, jumping right into it because the game started a half-minute earlier than anticipated. Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Slayton. This is the CWA Cup 2 Grand Finals. You'll see my beautiful face in a minute. But speaking of beautiful, you might have seen a little thing pop up there in the bottom left-hand corner. Joining us on voice today, the beautiful voice of my good friend George, a.k.a. Trainer Dippets, a.k.a. Dippets, a.k.a. Dip, longtime pro player and coach and analyst and general swell fella. Dip, thanks for joining, man. Really excited to have you on today, and it's going to be some pretty fun matches. A mixture of pros, semi-pros, and some pretty killer ladder players.
Yeah, looking at the bracket, I see a lot of new names, and I always love to see new names, just compete and stuff. And yeah, I'm really curious to see who's going to win. I'm rooting for xAlee because he's just the best. So,
well, I was until I saw he's playing Eagle and Battle Healer, and then
I just clicked on the game, and yeah, I think I'm rooting for him a little less now. Not gonna lie.
Paradox, of course, played against Light in CRL East. So these guys certainly have some experience facing off against one another in high-level competition. And that's going to be an early tower down there for Light.
Yeah, Paradox is running a pretty old deck. He's running the, it looks like the Ram Rider deck. And just Ram Rider versus Barb Putt is never fun. He's probably not, okay, Royal Hugs, but yeah, it's going to be hard for him to break through. With only the healer on defense, though, that's going to be a lot of damage. But it's still just not going to be anywhere near enough.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this deck yesterday, this Royal Hogs deck with the Dark Goblin. And it seems like Dark Goblin's kind of a strange, little bit of a unique choice as the ranged DPS dealer alongside the Flying Machine here.
Yeah, this deck, I've never really understood it. Like, I know Air Surfer really like this deck. It's just... yeah, it's just like a weird bait deck where you just try to kill everything from a distance and just hope for the best, essentially.
Flying Machine down, trying to hold off in the middle, give the Barb Putt a bit of support, but the NATO pulling all that right into Electro Dragon range. 18 seconds left, and with everything right up there, even if Light did somehow turn this, throw a bit, and Paradox got some damage on tower, still a lot already on the board. Double Barb Putt, Light going to build a city, take a pretty easy game number 1 win in this $1,600 competition. That's right. Taking one more look at this one, $1,600 grand prize overall for this event. And we are currently in the winner's bracket. Hi, everybody. How are you? Now you get to see my pretty face here. I'm Rich Slayton, caster for Clash Royale League. On the call, Dippets for this whole thing. A little run of show stuff for you. Most of these matches will be BO3 today, best of 3. Ban on first loss. Once we get into the semifinals and the later rounds, once it starts to be the real serious stuff, then we'll switch over to a best of 5 format. So BO3s for the first part of the day, BO5s for the latter part of the day. But either way, great Clash Royale top to bottom. We've had some pretty fun moments so far throughout the tournament. Started with open qualifiers, with a mixture of open qualifiers and invited players, 2 weeks of group stage, and now we're here in the bracket round this week, and we are at the final day of the bracket round. And one more look at that bracket for you. Of course, the people on the top there, they still all have a loss to give in this double elimination tournament. On the bottom, you can see everyone there. Betfas, Framsito, xAlee, and Thomas are all facing elimination. They have no more losses to give. Let's go ahead and jump into number 2. Alfie requesting do 360p resolution, please. Pretty sure I'm at 1080, so you could downscale to 360, I think. That's one of the strangest requests I've ever had, Dip, is to lower the resolution of my stream.
So, looks like Expo or Hog from xAlee here, and then if it's Hog, that's a good. Yeah, he's gonna Earthquake, and yeah, Paradox is not happy. He's not gonna break through Palm Tower here. Yeah, I think he already knows it's essentially over with all those angry faces.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one here. Splits the 6-man 3 and 3, and Light is gonna sit back and hold everything on.
Depending on what his last card is, Flying Machine could be pretty annoying to deal with, but alright, well, it's Hunter, so never mind.
Pigs go to the left-hand side. Bomb tower not in cycle, so this will be a little bit of damage here as the Knight and the Archers with the Fireball coming in, do a little bit of work, and that's actually a nice little lead here for Paradox.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of damage, but we'll have to see how he defends the Hog here because he's only going to have a Dark Goblin, and yeah, this is going to lead to a lot of hits, especially with the split like targeting from the tower and the Dark Goblin. That's just going to lead to lose way more.
Someone asking if the match didn't count. Pretty sure the match did count, guys. Not sure why that little bit of data hasn't updated. I'll keep an eye on that one.
Didn't count because it was Eagle one.
Yeah, right. Didn't count because it was an Eagle one. I'll go ahead and check on that.
That's the scary thing about Mohammed, though, is he's just so good with so many decks, and like he's such a skillful player. Like we obviously see like the decks he uses and how good he is, but he's also like willing to use Eagle, which is just terrifying.
Yeah, that's one of the fun ones. Hold on, let me go ahead and try to do a little update here and see if maybe I'm going to refresh one of these pages real quick and see if that does anything.
All right, well, that should be it anyway.
There you go. And that's going to be a GG on the left-hand side. Paradox had a good moment, but that's all it was a good moment. And now he's out, or he's not out. He's moving down to the lower bracket, and you're going to see on the other side of it, Mohammed Light moving on to the next stage for the bracket on the winner's side. And I think, nope, it did not work. Guys, remember how we had that whole thing yesterday with me trying to make sure that this that I could update this thing as time went on? Well, going to be an issue today too, potentially, but we'll see if I can get it sorted out. There you go, taking a look at the matchup, and not any clear data here, but Dip, talk to me a bit about what you see from has these two decks go head-to-head.
Yeah, this new Hunter one is a fairly new deck, and then Paradox's deck is a pretty old deck. I haven't seen them deck too much recently, and I've only seen Hunter. Like I think Ruben was the first person to say use Hunter, and now a lot of people are using it now. And yeah, the Hog deck seems super solid, and Hunter just makes it. I don't know. I don't know like what matchups it improves. Definitely that one with the ability to kill Flying Machine, but it's not like Flying Machine's too big of a card, so it's either Snowball or Delivery instead of Hunter, and it's just an all-around super solid deck. That deck versus Barb Hut is almost always a win, regardless of whatever that last card is, and especially if Mohammed Light's playing it. So
here you go, taking a look at the bracket. You say, what's the weird format, guys? The top bracket that you see up there, that is the winner's bracket, meaning that all of those players are still currently up at the top. It's double elimination now, so everyone that you see down there at the bottom, they are going to be in the elimination side. I'm going to go figure out who Paradox is facing in the lower bracket. I believe that's going to be Betfas. So let's go ahead and jump into our second game. The Dominican Adriel up against Dark Angel out of Spain.
Yeah, I've seen Dark Angel. I've just seen him bounce around recently. I'm not sure like how good he is. So of course he was so good when he was in CRL, but then he went back to high school and was like finishing all the schooling and stuff. Or I think maybe it was university. Regardless, yeah, I've just seen him like here sometimes and just not here other times. And I'm curious to see like how good his just current skill is. And Adriel, we've just seen him in every single one of these tournaments succeed. So he's just one of those players who's always exciting to watch.
Going to take a look at the chat here for a second. Bobby, yep, happy to raid the real James. Love to spread the love around when I can. Let's see, people asking who's in the call. Yep, Dip is here. Most Boso, welcome. And I see Dip there in the chat as well. Where are the quality options rich? Well, as far as I know, I again, like I don't stream on. I'm kind of back to streaming on Twitch, if that makes any sense. I didn't stream on Twitch for a long time. But as far as I'm aware, if you click the gear icon, you can then... Oh, interesting. It says 1080p. I didn't know that I could change the options, so I don't know anything about giving you other options for how to view the stream. If someone knows how I can fix that and give you guys more options of what to view, let me know. But I didn't realize that I was in charge of managing that.
Yeah, I've actually never seen a stream before where there wasn't like 10 options, because I just checked as well.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and see if I can figure out how to do that one. As I'll let Dip here take the reins as we see it's going to be Giant Skeleton. Oh, that's going to be Splash Yard action, not Loon. I assumed I saw Giant Skeleton. I suppose we'd be seeing. Oh no, it is Balloon, just no Miner.
Yeah, with Fireball, it would definitely. I wouldn't expect it to be Graveyard, but he seems like this is gonna be an interesting matchup. It's gonna be pretty back and forth because he's gonna have the Giant Skeleton to deal with Mega Knights, and then he's gonna have the Bomb Tower for the Ram Rider, and of course, and then just Baby Drake Ice Wiz. Gonna be pretty strong. His Inferno Dragon's gonna get a lot of value. Yeah, so I'm really curious about this matchup. It's a really good NATO, and so he'll probably get one more hit there, but then this defense is gonna be absolutely massive for Adriel. I don't know if he's gonna be able to defend it, but if he will, it'll definitely be GG. He might get a big Fireball off here, and yeah, there you go. That was such just a perfect defense from Adriel. He was down so much, but I think it's a pretty good matchup. He has all the defenses necessary, and just one good offense pretty much wins him the game, which is exactly what he did.
So guys, I did figure out why I can't give you guys a lower stream quality. It's because the guarantee to have stream quality options is only for Twitch partners, and I never am going for partnership. So sometimes they give it to affiliates if affiliates have the we'll get the proper stats in here in just a second. Sometimes they give it to affiliates if affiliates do in fact have the bandwidth for it at the time, but if they don't, then it's just the whatever option you're sending out. So I send out in 1080p, it's in 1080p. I don't really feel like sending out just like a 720 or lower option. So if I ever did do the partnership thing, which I don't think I ever would because I want a multi-stream, then I would have the option. If you do want to have the option, I believe if you go watch it on Trovo, those of you on Twitch, if you go to Trovo, you can go and actually get that without having to be partners. So for those of you who are interested in getting that one out, let me go ahead and send you guys the link to the Trovo chat. If you are someone who needs lower resolution, boom, there's the link right there. You can go to Trovo, and that's a way that you can watch it in lower resolution rather than being forced to watch it in 1080. Still no update on the stats here for this one. The system's being a little bit slow today, but we'll get more of that very soon. And now, of course, I'll jump into the chat here in just a second. The ban from Dark Angel is going to be Bomb Tower. What do you think about that ban there, Dip?
Dark Angel, I feel like he's a very aggressive player. Like, he's always liked a lot of Giant, a lot of bridge spam. We just saw him use Mega Knight Ram Rider. So I think Bomb Tower is just a card that it takes out a lot of his decks, and it just opens up his deck pool way more.
Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Adriel does have the lead. Bomb Tower is the ban.
Yeah, so maybe we'll see a building from him here. Could hopefully take away the Hog Earthquake deck. So we'll see. Or it might just be the same deck again. With seeing Ewiz as the first card.
Ewiz has dropped a bit in popularity, but not as much as you might have thought, Dip, given the nerf that came in. But it has led to a rise in that little flyer right there. The Inferno Dragon, way, way more popular since this nerf came in.
Yeah, I was really surprised with the nerf. I didn't personally understand it too much, but change isn't always bad. It's just a fun little mix-up to the meta, I guess you could say. And I'm not sure exactly what this is. It could be, I'm not sure if it's like RG or something with just Cage, but yeah, I'm not too sure what Dark Angel's last 3 cards are.
This Bowler Freeze combo, whether it goes this direction with the Loon or goes the other Graveyard variant, it's been pretty popular. It wasn't, despite the fact that Bowler got buffed a little while ago, it wasn't really popular last meta. But since the new update, it's become more popular. Is that because the Inferno Dragon synergizes so well in this deck?
I just don't think many people were just even like considering using it. And then after seeing 2 people do really well with it on ladder last season, I think just more people just decided that it was probably a good option to use. I think Yosoi Rick and then Confuse, who's a Korean Graveyard player, I think was his name, both finished like top 20 with one at Balloon, one at Graveyard. So Yeah, I think it's just a deck that people kind of forgot about, and if you can run it well, it's still just a super, super solid deck.
It's Mega Knight Graveyard, and that's why you see Adriel calling out the good game. Had the pretty solid read on this one. Easy King Tower activation, and that's a rough one. And it's always interesting, Dip, when you see someone who's playing Goblin Cage with Graveyard against a deck that's clearly running NATO, and they just let a Brawler go across the bridge without any sort of support.
Yeah, I think it was just maybe... I think Dark Angel might have just forgot. Just everyone has those moments where they just a lack of awareness, I guess, happens to the best of us. And yeah, it's really rough. A good bowler stuff at the bridge, keeping the hunter far away is just, it's not going to do anything to the bowler. So that should be GG right there. And yeah, well played from Adriel.
And you can see that maybe Dark Angel didn't get the memo on the Graveyard revert on the rework. So that farther, one tile further outside placement, not going to be effective any longer. Adriel takes a pretty easy 2-0 win in their winner's bracket matchup. He will move on along in the winner's bracket, and Dark Angel will drop down into the lower bracket where he will have another chance to stay alive. Let's go ahead and take a look at the stats powered by Royale API here.
Yeah, I was surprised with that. Like, I didn't even know about that Graveyard nerf. I was just reading the patch notes this morning, but like I feel like a lot of people just didn't do that. So I feel like it's gonna go pretty under the radar for a while. And like we saw there, I assume Dark Angel didn't know because of his Graveyard placements. So yeah, I think it was. Did they like even announce it? I think they just did it and just put it in the update, and that was really it.
I mean, I saw a bunch of stuff come out about it, but I guess not everyone's paying as much attention to it. Royale API put out a graphic about it as well. So they had the Graveyard rework, and then they removed the rework because the rework ended up being a buff because it made the skeletons spawn at a more predictable way. I mean, you could get them right on the tower, which was pretty powerful. So that's going to be the first of our 4 winners bracket matchups. Dark Angel falls in the lower bracket. He'll play up against Thomas. Coming up next, we're going to have 2 upstarts in this tournament who've been pretty darn good, JoseAntonio and Jonathan. You can see both of them way up there in the number 3 and number 4 win rates overall. And Jonathan's only lost 1 match so far throughout this event. So pretty good performance on both sides for these guys throughout at this stage. And they're going to meet to see who will face Adriel coming up next and who will go down into the lower bracket. All right. Oh, and thank you very much, Murtaugh, which is an excellent name. I don't know if you're meaning that as like a Lethal Weapon reference. Riggs and Murtaugh, Danny Glover's, the original Danny Glover. Man, that gets confusing there, Dip, with the Danny Glover situation. I don't know if you're familiar with the original Danny Glover.
No.
Did you ever see Lethal Weapon? Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. There was 4 movies.
I'm terribly sorry, Rich. I'm a big movie person, but I have not seen that.
The 4th one had Chris Rock in it. Do you know who Chris Rock is?
Of course.
Oh, boy. So, yeah.
Well, I'll know his face if I see it.
Yeah, they had a great mustache. I mean, he probably still has a great mustache as far as I know. You know Chris Rock? Well done. Never saw Lethal Weapon. Yeah, Lethal Weapon is a classic. It's
wait. No. I know who Danny Glover is.
Yeah,
I just didn't know the name offhand.
Yeah, Mel Gibson gets into a fist fight in the rain at the end of the first movie with a guy who burns his hand over a candle. Come on.
Oh wait, no, I just looked it up. I have seen it. Don't worry. I just I've seen a lot of stuff. I just forget the names half the time. That's my issue.
Yeah, I get it. Mel Gibson had some great movies. Had some pretty poor personal performances, but had some great movies. You can't take that away from him. Here we go. Coming up next is going to be JoseAntonio and Jonathan. And then after that, Mao and Coca. And Mao's a guy, OS Mao, I think, if I remember correctly, made it fairly far in the No-Tilt World Championship. I believe he made it pretty deep into at least, I don't know if you remember if he made stage 3 from the No-Tilt World Championship. Is that right?
Yeah, he did not.
Oh, he did not. What did Mao, I remember Mao did well in something recently.
It was the last Revolt Cup.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. Oh, that's right. He and Chris Lian both went relatively far in the last Rebel Cup. That's right.
I'm so surprised to see, JoseAntonio and Jonathan have a combined, 17-1 record, and I don't even know who these 2 guys are. This is, insane. I didn't realize how good these two are playing.
Yeah. Oh, they've been. I mean, that's just in their set record. They're, of course, you see the
Their
win
sets,
rate.
okay.
Yeah, that's their overall sets. The win rate is the percentage that you see. Like that's the wins and losses per games. On the right hand side there, you'll see their overall wins and losses in sets. And no surprises here that Mohammed Light, 87% win rate, 10-0 overall in best of threes. Let's go ahead and jump in finally to our next game. Jonathan and JoseAntonio. Both these guys have had some pretty big moments so far in this tournament, some clip that moments, if you will. And I'm excited to see how they fare. One of them is going to be making it into the top 4 of the winners bracket, so that's a really, really strong step forward towards that $1,600 prize.
Yeah, I just always love seeing new players. It's always fun because a lot of the times as well with new players, they bring out new decks as well, and that's always very, very exciting to see. So it looks like possibly Graveyard from Jose and Jonathan. I'm not too sure yet. That could be a wide variety of decks. Oh no, Jose could have either the new Balloon Knight deck.
Yep.
Oh, actually, looks like it might be a mirror match, or it might be Graveyard from Jose. Still could be either or.
Well, Graveyard played a Balloon a minute ago. You thought he was going Graveyard and Balloon? He was going full on. Oh, whose deck is that? Because Sweet ran it in CRL.
Oh no! I meant like I thought Jose could have still. Oh, I was watching on stream.
Watching on stream. Watch on your iPad or your phone.
I
or
always
whatever.
do. I do that too much. I just like I get absorbed in watching something else.
I get it.
Okay. Yeah. So, never mind. Yeah. No, that's the Mohammed Parsa deck with the Pekka-Loon Graveyard.
Yeah, that's an amusing one. Let's put it that way. It was certainly amusing to see that one come out in CRL of all places.
Yeah, I think everyone was a bit surprised. And the one thing I've been disappointed is that no one has ever used Wizard in Graveyard. I don't know if you knew that. It's just a fun fact. I was talking to Wings about it because Wings said Wings was at 38 wins, and he said if he was able to get to his 40th win for his 40th for after that, he wouldn't really care. And he said he was just gonna use Wizard to be the first person to use Wizard because he's also the only person to ever use E-Barbs as well, or at least up until
the new meta.
Yeah.
1782 right-hand side for JoseAntonio goes in with the Balloon. Bomb Tower seemingly one tile too far to the inside, but the Mega Knight or the Mega Minion will make it so it's not too big of an issue, but have an interesting placement there on the Bomb Tower, and that might still result, no it doesn't, just by a tile. 11:35 remaining on the right-hand side as we are just 15 seconds away from sudden death overtime, and JoseAntonio sets up with a Knight in the back.
Yeah, I could be giving him too much credit, but he possibly might be playing his bomb towers there to make sure that a Mega Man doesn't push it out of range or something. But yeah, if he continues to do that placement every single time, it's going to just lead to. Yeah, no, okay, never mind. This placement, it's just going to lead to an accidental hit one of these times because the other tower is never going to help, and that 1 or 2 shots is all it takes for a Balloon to get hit.
And not to mention the death damage in there as well, which is starting to stack up on that side. Miner goes in to the safe spot, courtesy of Jonathan. Snowball trying to make a little bit of room there for the Miner. Balloon going to get death damage on the other side, but now it's Jose's turn to take a swing, and this time you see a little higher bomb tower out from Jonathan.
Yeah, this is going to be big. It was a good bar barrel just to get everything out of the way, but I assume it will snowball as well, maybe not. Yeah, so it's just an interesting placement. It's just that little mechanical mistake is probably the difference maker in this matchup, just because it might lead to 1 or 2 extra bits of death damage. And yeah, I think it's very interesting that he is continuing to do that. And yeah, this should be game right here.
Yeah, that's it. Won't kill it, or will kill it there, but man. Yeah, very, very strange bomb tower placement there. Gotta wonder what Jonathan was going for in that matchup.
Might just not even know. It just happens. Some people just you get into a habit, you start doing that for a while, and you just don't break the habit until someone just literally just tells you hey, stop doing that. He might not have a person to tell him that. I know I used to do like a weird building placement, and then Wings yelled me for it in a practice once. So then I stopped.
So you see the matchup data here has it pretty even since it's an absolutely even matchup. But one thing you see the big difference in here between JoseAntonio and Jonathan is look at how much more the Mega Minion was being played by Jonathan than JoseAntonio. It's a really interesting, like, they ended up playing fairly similar. It seemed like they were together the entire time, but that Mega Minion difference is kind of shocking.
Yeah, I feel like it's just Mega Minion just doesn't. It's not going to do as much on offense. It's not going to do as much, like anything on offense really. Archers, I feel like you can just do more with the archers than the Mega Minion. Mega Minion's kind of just slow and wonky almost, and it just gets destroyed by the archers. I think Jose was making the right decision by playing way more archers than he was Mega Minions. I fully agree with like what he was doing there.
Well, we'll jump into our next match here in a second. The ban from Jonathan is Minor, so Minor will be off for the remainder of this matchup, up to 2 games here. Someone said that they thought Triple Draft might have been decent in CRL if you could actually see the cards they were picking from. Now, I've said before that I think that Triple Draft, to be watchable at all as a competitive format, you have to be able to watch the choices they make when they're building the deck, in my opinion. But I still don't love it as a competitive format. Dip, what are your thoughts on Triple Draft, even if we could see as a spectator what everyone's picking?
Yeah, I for one, like, I know a lot of Western people didn't always watch CRL East, but my sleep schedule was terrible during that season. So I watched, like, I always watched the matches, and yeah, it always just annoyed me that you never knew what they had, and like that's the whole point of Triple Draft is like a strategy behind picking the cards. You don't know what cards they gave, what cards they picked, and yeah, I always thought that was really annoying. I think it, of course, isn't as competitive as 1v1 or even 2v2, but I think it could have had its place in CRL if they just made it more viewer-friendly, which they did not.
Yeah, I think there's that part to it. I just never liked. I thought that it ended up being like a kind of a weirdly stale meta, oddly enough, because there were certain cards that were matched together and always get picked based on those matches, it seemed. And then also, yeah, the thing of not seeing people have decks. And I mentioned this a number of times. I can't remember if it was KK or Yakitori. I think it was KK, one of the first matches they had. He ended up running a pretty good graveyard deck that had Firecracker.
Yeah.
And you're looking at that and going, so the Queen of King Tower activations in a graveyard deck, the number one deck you don't want a King Tower activation in. And I always wondered what happened, right? How did those two cards end up together? Which one got picked first? How much had the deck gone in one direction? And then what were the other options, right? So that that was one of those ones where you look at that and you go, that conversation needs to be able to be had from a caster's perspective. You can only have that if you actually see their selection process.
Yeah, and a really nice King Tower activation there from Jonathan, though. But yeah, I think from the caster's perspective, it just gives them less to talk about because you just have to just kind of try to ramble on about just whatever because you just literally just don't know.
Fisherman does get a slap, but of course that King Tower will mitigate some of that damage as the first 2 minutes are away. Graveyard now in for Jonathan and JoseAntonio. It's going to be curious to see how he battles back in this one, if he can.
I think it's a pretty even defensive matchup. I think they'll both be able to defend pretty easily. Yeah, I don't know who's going to win this. Even with the King Tower activation, I'm still not too sure. I think Jonathan can definitely just play better and win this, but it should still be hard for him to get a lot of damage on offense just because of his deck. But this little bit of damage that Jose is allowing is absolutely huge, and is probably with the lead he has now is probably already essentially sealed the deal for this game. I think
he was behind, Hunter behind, gonna get that bar barrel way off. And just like that, the lead evaporates. Tons of damage in the opposite direction.
Yeah, I get this. Oh, I think Jonathan he just needs to calm down. I think he was going for way too much damage and just allowed him to build just an absolutely massive counter push because That's the one thing he has to be worried about, because the Hunter, he's able to shut, and Mega Knight, he's able to shut down like everything he has. So he can't like be dropping too much on offense, because his defense is so good that it's just he's gonna put himself in a worse position than like by just continuing to play offense.
And this time the Skeletons do get a little bit more damage, so lead swinging back to Jonathan, but there is a very healthy Mega Knight on the board. And Graveyard in. How deep can that Mega Knight go? And this is one of the interesting questions. You're going to see the King Tower is working on the Graveyard, not on the Mega Knight. But you got to wonder from Jonathan's side, at this stage of the King Tower activation, how smart it is to put the Bomb Tower low and let the Mega Knight come and walk into tanking range for that King Tower.
Yeah, I think Jonathan, he's just going to continue to, I think, just play slow. But yeah, I think the King Tower is just absolutely massive, like you were saying. Killing the Mega Knight is also just super huge. But it looks like he's allowed just so much damage there, and he led the 100 hit as well, and that, I think, is probably game, to be honest. I don't see him regaining this damage lead, but I don't know, possibly that a naked Graveyard is definitely not the play from Jose, and I think a Poison NATO should probably win this for Jonathan, actually. So back and forth bit, but
yeah, here we go. Final 10.
One skeleton got a hit. Oh my
Poison
God.
in, NATO in, Poison on the opposite side, and that's going to be it. Jonathan wins this one by 71 HP.
Yeah, that wasn't the cleanest game from Jonathan, but oh yeah, he got the win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, in the end, a dub's a dub, and that's the most important thing. But now we're going on to game number 3 here. Let's go take a look at the stats powered by Royale API. Right. And thank you very much, your boy Jose. Appreciate the support.
I see RS Swimmer in chat kind of had the same reaction as me that entire game. just not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, well, that was one of those ones where you sort of, it's one of those things where, like, you know what to do, right? You know what to do, but sometimes actually doing it. I remember in jiu-jitsu a lot of the time, especially when you get tired or you get stressed out in a situation, I'd be in training, I'd be in practice, and my coach would be sitting there telling me, okay, now move your arm over here. And my brain would hear it and process it and go, cool, my arm needs to go over there. But my body just, like, I couldn't make my body listen to make my arm go over there, because whatever the lockup was, whether it was a mixture of exhaustion or like worry about moving that arm and something else happening and just kind of freezing for a second. So same thing can happen a little bit in competitive Clash Royale play, it seems. Bans are Knight and Miner. The Knight now the ban from JoseAntonio as we go into our third and final game of this matchup. And again, the winner will move on and still have a loss to give. This is a double elimination bracket. The loser will go down into the elimination side of things. So we'll be up with that game in just a moment. Give you guys a look over at the bracket as it is so far. You'll see the winner here will face Adriel coming up next. And for yet another time here, Jonathan really taking his sweet time with accepting these games.
I think, especially with the, I guess, lesser-known player, I'm not sure how he's picking his decks, but like, I'm not sure if he's had a lot of matchups or if he's generally just been playing pretty well, but from typically what I've seen from a lesser-known name are typically they take their sweet time picking decks and are able to get a lot of good matchups to just make their name known and to push themselves up and through the bracket. So, curious to see if that's what these guys are doing. But from what I've seen, I think Jose has been playing a better game of Clash Royale. He's been playing really well the last 2 games. Jonathan, he got the last win, but it was a bit sloppier, I would say, than Jose's gameplay.
JoseAntonio out of Peru did play for Peru in the World Royale League and made appearances in the qualifiers for No Tilt League and GZG, and played for Existence and GKR. So a little bit of competitive experience there for Jose.
Okay, yeah, so he's been around a little more than I've seen, but yeah, just regardless, making his way this far in a tournament like this is just always impressive.
On the other side, the Guatemalan Jonathan 18, 8,097 personal best on ladder, also plays for his country in the World Royale League and has been on both the Tribe Academy for some smaller leagues and play with a Limpo squad in the qualifiers for the No-Till League. So a little competition there for Jonathan as well.
Yeah, the battle semi-pros.
Look like he might be going into some graveyard action in this one again.
Yeah, we've seen the stacks just pop up so much recently. In CRL and which tournament is this one? Is this a Brenchunk tourney or is it Revol?
This is the CWA Cup 2, which is still, Raffle still organizes all those things. But.
Yeah. Revol of course is always the big shot, but just depends on the sponsor, which I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, this is the CWA Cup 2, sponsored by Aftershock Media Group, Clash with Ash, or CWA, Rockstar, and yours truly. I put $100 into the prize pool for this one. So there you go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this deck has just been just running rampant in comp recently. I know Razor's always loved, for example, like he's always been a big advocate of Mega Knight Graveyard, and he's always just like preached how good it was when I was his teammate. And yeah, now that it's popping off, I just like the combo. I think the whole deck synergizes super well with the Cage Fisherman Mega Knight. It's really heavy, but if you cycle well and just play your cards right, it's truly just such a powerhouse deck.
There's an interesting question for you. You did bring up your former teammate Razor, and a lot of speculation overall. Why do you think that Razor wasn't able to ever kind of get in rhythm with his 2v2 partners over on Team Liquid?
I would just from a possible bias, but I personally am just gonna probably just blame the state of his teammates, to be honest. Like, I've never seen Razor struggle, like, in anything with anybody, and then like he ended up doing it there. So like it's hard for me to not say it was probably the lack of maybe dedication or what, but we definitely saw that Liquid was struggling with. I guess just the motivation from their team. I think they maybe just won the World Finals and then probably was laid off the gas a little bit, just because realistically, like, they did what everybody wanted. They did what everybody would ever want to achieve. So
almost makes you wonder if it, the greatest thing would have been if Surgical Goblin had announced his retirement at World Finals after winning the championship.
Yeah, I guess especially with his motivation this year, it didn't seem to be all there. So it could have been a better time for him to retire there, but maybe he wanted to just see what he could do this year, and didn't live up to what he wanted to do. So now actually retiring. So
double Mega Knights in for Jonathan on the left-hand side. Final 40 seconds, and so far this game number 3 has been all Jonathan.
Yeah, Jonathan has just been putting up so much pressure. He just has not been letting him do anything. I feel like it's been the offensive poisons from Jonathan that have been really big, just killing all this stuff, not allowing any counter push, which is what Jose wasn't doing as efficiently.
Big thanks for the hype, DJ Wilkes, over on the Trovo family side of things. Guys, if you are watching on Twitch and want to try a different experience, or if you're watching on a lower connection and you want to have to lower the resolution so it doesn't lag for you, go check it out on Trovo, because on Trovo I am able to give you guys the resolution options I can't give you guys here on Twitch. And Jonathan with some a little bit of BM here, and it's a yawning princess parade throughout the arena as this one closes out.
Maybe there's a bit of a beef we don't know about between these two guys.
Who knows? Only they can tell. And maybe Twitter. Maybe someone can go on Twitter and figure out what the heck's going on between these two fellas. That was a little salty there at the end. Let's go ahead and take a look at the matchup, which is the same matchup on both sides. And that's going to be Jonathan coming from behind and moving on after a shaky performance overall and a weird win in game number 2. Does get his act together in the end and move himself up in the winner's bracket side of things. And of course, having that extra loss to give is always your preference. Keeping an eye on, let's see, there we go. So JoseAntonio, when he drops down into the lower bracket, aka the loser's bracket, Let me go ahead and give you guys a look at this right here. Boom. Oh, there we go. So you see JoseAntonio will go down and play against xAlee in the lower bracket, the Argentinian. So go from a Nicaraguan player to an Argentinian opponent, and xAlee and Framsito. Two really talented semi-pros out of Argentina. You know, it's one of those countries that seems like it has a lot of players who are on the brink of being great, right? You know, I guess you would say that probably Lince is the top Argentinian player, most likely, I would say, of all time. I don't know if you have a different opinion on that one there, Dip, but, you know, you have guys like Fram and xAlee, a lot of talent there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Fram's really good. I'm not sure how to compare him to Lince, but of course, with Lince always being in CRL, he's been able to prove himself a bit more, but I think Fram is at a pretty similar skill level, and probably xAlee as well. I think, Lince is just one of those people he's been on the stage and has had the opportunities to just prove himself a bit more, which is always the unfortunate part of esports, is that not everyone's always able to get the chance with the limited number of spots, but you just gotta make do with the shots you've been given.
In the chat right now, Attack, who did play in one of the group stage days of this event, saying that Jose is a beast, not going to lie. Even though he's a BMer, he went 7-0 in my group. And yeah, that was a pretty solid performance there. JoseAntonio definitely played very well during the group stage. Of course, Jonathan as well. And Jonathan will move on again to face off against Adriel. And JoseAntonio still alive in this one. And coming up next, the final of our undefeated, or the final of our winners bracket matches. It's going to be Mao versus Coca Rx. And I don't know, this is going to be an interesting one. You know, Coca's one of those guys who kind of, it felt like, you know, I don't want to say it came out of nowhere when someone does come into CRL, but it did feel like Coca was kind of a surprise pickup for Payne going into the 2020 season. What are your thoughts on Coca overall from your experience, Dip?
He's always been a top Brazilian, and they wanted to just build an all-Brazilian team. Like, I talked to them. They said they wanted their entire roster to be Brazilian. He's always been a top player, but it's always been with Mortar. So, I guess they thought he might have had the potential to have been another Lapo or another Igor, but just wasn't able to just put up the numbers, I guess, that they wanted. He did good in 2v2s, but yeah, his 1v1 stats were just not there.
Yeah, he's one of the, you know, you look at the success of young Mortar players coming into CRL, especially you talk about Igor and Lapo, and you look at go and you say, hey, might this be the Brazilian version of that? But it never did quite never did really quite pay off the way that Payne Gaming wanted. And now Coca back, mixing it up in events like this one. And up here against Mao, who's a 7.7K player, who appeared in the No Tilt League Fall Qualifier. And I guess is on, it says that, I mean, did he play in No Tilt League this season as part of Tribe Academy? Because I didn't watch much in the way of No Tilt this time around.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I remember seeing, because Running Cobb was on that team. I just remember Running Cobb retweeting stuff and I would see Mao's face. Yeah, Mao just made himself, he's just made a name for himself in all these Revolt tournaments. And yeah, he's always found a way to succeed in them, so he's earned his chance through that. And with this matchup, if Coca, interesting, Inferno Tower is going to make it really good for him. He's going to be able to control and stuff the bridge really well with that Inferno Tower. And depending on what his last card is, I think will be the big difference maker, depending if it's Hunter, Delivery, Snowball, or what. But you know, with the Earthquake cycle, especially the Inferno Tower, I would say this is probably Coca's matchup.
Yeah, the Inferno Tower has been an interesting wrinkle in this one. It's been kind of making a bit of an appearance lately, and you do get, depending on whether he's doing delivery or doing the Snowball here, you get a little bit extra elixir availability since you're running the Archers rather than a Musketeer. But it does seem like it's one of those ones where you're almost choosing that one based on an expected matchup versus the Bomb Tower, which gives you a little bit faster cycle.
Yeah, I'd say maybe if you're scared of lava or something, but since Splash Shard as well, it would be really good against. And you know, this version with Barbs, it might not be a matchup he wants. And you know, with early Inferno Towers like that, that's a little a little scary, especially because he's going to play his knight on the right, which is going to make the in front tower lock on the barb. So well played from Mao building his push that way. And yeah, I think Coca's cycle is just going to be way too fast for Mao just to really do anything.
Thank you, Irish Door, for the follow. Certainly do appreciate that one. Good to see you. Bar putt to the right-hand side for Mao as we go into the final 2 minutes of gameplay here in sudden death overtime. The lead currently for Coca Rx, the EQ cycle doing some work, and so far hasn't been great to break through. You know, a couple questions about the switch over to this deck. Do you think that the movement towards this version of Hog EQ is more because of the Musketeer nerf, or more because it fares better against Graveyard?
I would say probably the Graveyard. I think Archers. I think people just realize that Archers are just way more solid than I guess they expected, and they could just do a much similar job to what the Musketeer could do, especially with the delivery to clean the rest up.
So here we go, final minute, triple elixir flowing, 1389 to 1046. This has been a complete right-hand game matchup so far, and Coca just going to continue to push directly into the defense. It seems like at this stage that's a losing battle here.
Oh,
yeah. Mao getting a bit of damage here, but the spell cycle from Coca will regardless be enough to take it. But let's just see if he's able to stop it here. A good hog to prevent him from being able to poison. That was a very smart play from Coca, and there's a lot of skeleton stacks with the hog able to just... Oh my god, never... Oh my god.
And there you go. Mao holds on and gets win number 1. And before we talk more about that one, huge thanks to Irish Door over on Twitch for the 3 month of advanced Tier 1 subs. Not just subbing on Twitch, but subbing for 3 months in advance. That's absolutely insane. Door, you are severely OP. And kisses and hugs and all the different things go in your direction. Let me go ahead and throw you guys the stats on this one. And that's a thick boy sub, as Bobby says. For sure. And yeah, take a look at this one. Coca with a limited data pool, but this one says he has a pretty significant matchup. What do you think went wrong for him here, Dip?
Looked like a really early log at the end. And maybe just not enough. I don't think he didn't play his deliveries well at the end. I think he needed to play his deliveries really well to help kill those baby dragons and stuff, which is just what he didn't do.
So the ban's going to be Baby Dragon from Coca, and that will certainly reduce a number of the decks, but you know, now that you have some alternate variants, that's like 5 burritos, Irish. Yeah, huge come in there, Irish, for the three subs. 3 months pre-sub. That's pretty fire. I don't think I've ever even seen that before.
I've never seen that before. Maybe it's a new feature.
Latak saying, Mohammed is someone who's always impressed me, consistently performs at the highest level, whether it be in CRL solo cups. He has not lost a BO3 yet in this cup. Yeah, Mohammed Light certainly has some skill, and I would say was probably the favorite coming into this event amongst the players who were listed, and has certainly lived up to the hype so far. Miner in, Balloon behind, and that poison gonna help on defense, but gonna be a nice little chunk either way for Mao, and pretty even on Elixir as we go past the first minute of gameplay.
Yeah, looks like a bit of a lava barbs probably from Mao. So interesting matchup. I think with Hunter and Ewiz in Mega Knight and Snowball and Cage, it should be pretty easy for Coca to defend and build up some pretty good offenses. So let's see how well he's able to play this here. A nice prediction on the lava, but with the Skelly Drags, I just don't know if that offense, like, yes, it's a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's the right play because I'm not sure how he's going to defend here.
Yeah, that's a lot on the board right now. Poison will come out, I believe, but no, there's just no real clear defense on this one. Balloon's going to get at least 1 drop, potentially 2 with how far away the Ewiz and the Hunter are. And there you go, drop number 2. And again, take a look at this. There's a lot on the board still for Coca, which that is the benefit here. These guys are kind of trading back and forth. But I don't know how much what's on the board right now will translate into significant damage.
Yeah, but there's a bit of a misplay there. Missing the zap on the Fisherman and the late miner, so just spending 5 elixir on defense to still allow 300 damage, I think. So, yeah, it's a pretty costly mistake there from him, but this Inferno Dragon into the Mega Knight's going to be a really, really just nice chunk here for Mao.
Lava, balloon, and we'll see if... No, and Mao, I was going to say, we'll see if Mao can get the E-Wiz off of his Inferno Dragon quickly enough. Does not happen, and now the Mega Knight and Brawler go
in the
deep
late
in enemy
cage.
territory.
Yeah, and Coca played a late cage to not get that balloon, but it actually might not even matter. Taking the tower there with the Brawler, but I don't know if he's going to be able to defend. All right, just being able to get the Hunter down is all he needs, and yeah, probably just a defense, or a defensive E-Wiz, and probably good to go here.
Poison
Maybe
in,
not.
Skeleton Dragon's behind. Miner trying to save it. Will the snowball stop it? And it does. 115 HP. Coca barely holds on, and we're going to game number 3.
That was just a perfect snowball at the end. Just to get everything off, just to delay it. That little split second is all you need in Clash Royale to pull out a win. So, really, really well played from Coca there. I thought, yeah, some of his plays I thought were a bit questionable. He made one pretty bad misplay with the late cage on the balloon, but overall pretty well played. He built pretty good pushes and just applied really good pressure there.
And there you go, taking a look at the numbers, only 72. Got a small sample size here for this matchup, but has it 50-50. People in chat saying that they thought Coca had the hard counter here. What are your thoughts on this from a matchup perspective?
Yeah, I think Coca had matchup. The Hunter, the E-Wiz, the Snowball, the Cage, and the Mega Knight for if you ever played Barbs, and even just Fisherman just to pull miners and stuff. I thought it all just led for just a super solid matchup for Coca. He just always has the right answers in hand, I would say, in that matchup, as long as he doesn't make a mistake.
So we're waiting on Mao's bans here, and a little bit about the screen in front of you over on this side over here is where you're going to find all of the scores we've had so far today, and of course the matches that are coming on this side. The win rate, the percentage there is games won versus games lost, and then the 10 wins, 0 losses from Mohammed. That's the win-loss record you see is for overall best of 3 matches, won and lost. And at the bottom, just for fun, win rate by countries. And of course you can see because of Mohammed playing so well this season, or throughout this tournament, Egypt currently on top, but the DR, courtesy of Adriel, making a climb behind. So we'll see if he can catch up to Mo at some point. If they do, in fact, end up facing each other, that could be a big-time swing. Mao's saying he's having troubles with the game, so we're taking a 1-minute break over there. For those of you guys who don't know much about this event, let me go ahead and throw you guys a little video here to tell you more about the CWA Cup 2. So there you go. That's what we're doing. For those of you who didn't know, that's what the CWA Cup 2 is. It's the thing we're happening right now, and Mao is back in, so we'll be jumping into his match in just a moment. Here's where we are so far in the bracket, $1,600 on the line. Let's jump into game number 3. All tied up 1-1 between Mao and Coca Rx. Haven't seen Coca go mortar yet. Gotta wonder if he goes comfort now in this situation.
Yeah, Coca's he's a pretty versatile player I've seen recently. He runs a lot of cycle. Cycle's like his best stuff, and looks like we're gonna see a minor deck from him. This could be. I've seen mortar decks with like this combo of cards, so gotta see what it possibly could be. But mortar's definitely an option. Maybe less so with Ice Golem.
Speaking of talented young Brazilians, For those of you who are curious about the retirement Olympics going on right now, Samuel Basoto of Space Station Gaming has now announced that he is not going to be retiring, and that he'll still be doing some competitions and pushing for some high ladder finishes. And so one of the greatest ladder players of all time will continue to keep doing that. And those of you, I see you on Twitch, by the way, King Ziad asking about the Wi-Fi situation. Go ahead and check this out on Trovo instead. And you can, on Twitch, they don't let me adjust the actual stream quality, but on Trovo you can. So if you want to adjust the quality down, go ahead and watch us on Trovo, and there you can put the rate down to 360 or whatever else you want to do.
So looks like, I'm not sure what Coca's last. Oh wait, no, his last card's probably a small splash relog. Yeah. I've seen a lot of decks like this. Oh no, I mainly saw with Poison. That's what it was. But yeah, I'm not sure how much I like this deck. It's definitely interesting. And against Graveyard, yeah, this is interesting. I just like Mao's running a lot of old meta decks that I just haven't seen a lot recently. So I just don't know how most of these matchups fare against these newer meta decks. So it's very interesting to see from both sides. So I'm excited to see who's able to pull this out.
So I'm going to answer some chat here for a second. Yell Attack, we're doing this all the way to the championship today. Bobby, it's always amusing to see someone coming back to the game right now this particular month because E-Barbs were buffed. And so every single day, someone who has not played the game really this month comes in and goes, wait, E-Barbs? And then you have to explain to them that E-Barbs are super duper meta now.
Yeah, possibly a little too strong, but, you know, that's the game.
They're fun. They're fun. Let's put it that way. I don't hate it. I really don't hate it. They're in a few decks. I don't think they're in, like, they're not in everything. But they're in that no-win condition bridge spam deck. They're in that balloon deck that's been very popular this week. They're sort of in this, but I think there's better minor wall breakers variations than this one. I don't know. I don't hate it.
Yeah, they're not broken. They're just strong, and I think that's okay.
Full Frontage saying hi in the chat. What's up, Full?
How's it going? Yeah, that one bit. He had that. Mao had that one really nice push, but Coca, he's defending well, and he's applying a lot of pressure. I think he still might be in a pretty good situation here. Nice E-Barbs there. He kind of predicted the cannon card. If he's able to kill the cannon card, he'll be in a pretty good position. Yeah. Some nice binder damage, a nice log. The Hunter might live? No. Yeah, but just like that, he's up a little bit of damage, but down a little bit of elixir.
Yep, Coca up 8 in the right-hand side. Got to go ahead and respond to that Knight. We'll see if Mao chooses to pull the trigger on the Graveyard here. He does, and those spears walk right into the poison. That worked out very, very nicely for Mao in that sequence.
Oh, and did you see Coca put his wall breaker straight into that delivery as well? That was just not what you want to see from Coca there.
And Poison high to help out with the spears at the bridge. Second Musketeer down. And Mao right now doing everything he can to protect these Muskies. Fireball sends one off on a long walk, which means that miner going to be uncontested there at the bottom, forcing the cannon card out. Doesn't matter, though, right now still. Almost 300 HP lead for Mao. Let's see, can he hold on for the final 20 seconds?
Yeah, he's in a really good spot here, applying a lot of really good pressure. A nice miner catch. And the wall breakers are both going to get on that mortar. And yeah, looks like Mao got the win here over Coca in a really, really close game.
Really, really big win for Mao. And this one gets the tower down. The good game comes out for Coca. And now this is the second one of these tournaments that Mao's put up a pretty solid performance. Win or lose from this point forward, making the top 4 of the winner's bracket on the back of making it to the bracket stage of the Bren Chong Cup. Mao's having a pretty good run in the latter half of 2020.
Yeah, Mao has definitely impressed me with just his overall consistency, I guess I would say.
We'll go ahead and show you the updated bracket information here in just one moment. As you guys go ahead and take a look at the post-game stats from Royale API. Coca in the next round will be going up against Framsito. Here you go. Take a look at the Oh, there's the stats. Thought I had this up on the screen before. So there you go. There's the stats. Not a lot of sample size on this matchup. If you go take a look at, boom, there we go. The bracket as it currently stands. So now we're going to jump down to the lower bracket for a little bit. Mal, Mohammed Light, Adriel, and Jonathan 18, the ones who are currently having a match to give. And then down at the bottom, you see any loss now in the bottom half of this bracket means you're out of the tournament. So going to be some real tight action for some of these players. Let's go to the first of our elimination matches. Paradox, after losing to Mohammed Light, now up against Betfas Heart Expo, and Bet's coming off of a pretty big win over Boss yesterday during the out rounds. And Shadow Kratos. Let me go ahead to Trovo chat here for a second. Swimmer, good to see you, of course. Mikey, thanks for the winner chicken dinner. Seeing that one. Shadow Kratos, thanks for joining. And again, those of you, if you're watching on Twitch and annoyed that you can't downscale the resolution because you're on a lower Wi-Fi or whatever it might be, there's the link to go watch on Trovo instead, where you can do that fairly easily. And early EQ cycle out of Paradox, immediate pressure opposite lane out of Betfas.
Yeah, so early earthquakes, it's not always even a bad play just because, like, most people, no one has an issue cycling logs or snowballs on tower, and earthquakes only just one elixir more. It's a pretty common play for people to just start doing just if they think they're going to struggle on getting tower damage. And I'm curious on if Paradox, it looks like it's probably RG, is my guess. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be able to break through here.
Irish Door saying in the Twitch chat, it's really late for some of these folks. Surprised it started so late for them. Yeah, these events, as they're run by Revel Amar. These events actually they're started primarily for the timing of the Latin American community, because that's the this is primarily run in the Spanish-speaking community, and we get an English stream and some other streams that in this case a German stream as well attached onto it. But yeah, if you're wondering about the exact start time, it's because this is the optimum start time for Latin America. So there you go, a little insight as to how these events are scheduled. Snowball does not get the baby dragon, but does get the bomb tower down. Doesn't matter though, NATO pulls it back.
Yeah, Paradox definitely gonna struggle to get damage here. Attempted prediction from Betfas, not getting it, and that might be the opportunity that Paradox has been waiting for to be able to push. It's just that one wasted bar barrel, because now he's gonna have a free miner, and yeah, just gonna be able to build a much better push.
Miner goes into the safe spot one more time with that King Tower activation. Royal Giant to the left-hand side. And Bomb Tower going to help on defense here. Betfas doing a lot of damage on the right-hand side, and he should get death as well. So adds to the lead, but now another Royal Giant with a healthy Ice Wizard to the left-hand side for the Russian. No protection, though, on this Ice Wiz, so it will go down to the Bar Barrel.
Yeah, some pretty good defense and just leading to some good offense from Paradox. Still done a lot of damage, though, and I don't know if he has enough to pull it back. If he gets into the right cycle, though, I definitely think Paradox will be able to take this back.
624 to 1092. Bet running one of the more popular balloon decks right now. This one and the Royal Recruits E-Barbs dual lane balloon deck are the two ones that are really popular at the moment. And that EQ goes super high just to make sure that bomb tower gets off. Royal Giant does not get on tower. Nice snowball night work on the left-hand lane for Bet to hold on. Final minute approaching, and still the score not much changed. 624 to 1092.
Yeah, just really solid defenses from both of them here. We might see just an RG miner at the bridge here. Oh, a nice bar barrel to distract a bit of the bomb tower. And yeah, now he just knows he's in a position where he just needs to offensive earthquake and just try to get a bit of miner chip, and just whatever damage he can get is going to be huge. And might be the big opportunity that he's looking for.
Oh,
especially with the big The big balloon pull. Oh my god.
It really seemed like that balloon was going to save the bomb tower for a second because the bomb
Oh,
tower
but still,
came down a little
that's
late.
still death damage.
And the miner's in on the right-hand side for Bet. That's going to be it. Bet takes game number 1. And Swimmer might want to check that tone there in the chat with your LMAOs because looks like Dip got that one right. Let's go ahead and take a look at the matchup data for this one. Nothing clear and concise. And you know, it's interesting because you see so many ways to control the balloon out of Paradox's deck, but control, yes, damage, no, and that's maybe one of the challenges that he faced here.
Yeah, I think just the ability to just miner snowball and just with no like heavy air hitters, the balloon can definitely get a lot of death damage. So just all that little bit of chip was just enough to pull out the win because his defense was just, or Betfass's defense was just super solid and just didn't allow for Paradox to just do anything. He still has to play pretty well. I definitely, Paradox, I think he needs to play more RGs in the back was his issue. Because the one time he did that, he got like 2 RG hits. I think he just needs to do that a bit more, which he did do, but it was still really, really well played from Betfass.
Paradox banning Expo. No surprises here since that's the heart for Bet. And of course, we saw some of Bet's Expo play yesterday. And yes, Search CS did 2-0 Benzer, says Swimmer in the Twitch chat. And if you want to see that, you can go to my YouTube channel and watch that match, actually. It was my featured match for that day. So you can go ahead and watch that one on YouTube. I mean, spoiler alert, Surge won it. But you can go watch it again if you want to see some good gameplay. Unland, thanks for stepping in. Jess, yep, I'm glad to have Dip here too. Take some pressure off my voice as well, which ain't too bad. Gotta save it up. Got a big weekend this Saturday.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
People keep asking me, like, people have asked me a lot if CRL West is over, and I'm like, no, because we still have a chance. For some people, I guess it feels over because you have your 4 teams that are qualified for Worlds, but there's still a Western Championship and an $81,000 first prize to be decided.
Yeah, I guess being on a separate weekend, and then all the other matches just made it, I guess, made me at least forget.
Well, there's going to be a third place match as well.
Oh,
because there is some money on the line for third versus fourth, so we'll see Tribe Gaming and Pain Gaming playing to see who gets the bigger share of the overall prize pool, and then after that, we'll see the championship, SK and Queso, and man, that's might be the hardest, especially because no one's having to go through a gauntlet to get to it. It might be the hardest championship to predict in a regional final that I've seen in a long time.
It's just SK versus Queso in the finals. It's just Clash Royale right there.
Yeah,
that's just like that. Even though Queso, you know, they've been an interesting team recently, I still love to just see them in the finals just because they've been around so long. Like they've just been such a big part in the success of Clash Royale. So regardless of how you might feel about their players or whatever, you still have to just be grateful for what they've done for the community, I guess.
Well, it's one of those things also where it's real. I think it's really compelling for a chance to see Ruben, see if he can, kind of expand on the legend right now. Ruben has a lot of accolades, but a CRL championship, even if it's a purely a regional one, not a world one, a CRL Western Championship would be a huge addition to one of those things.
Nice NATO from Paradox there, just kind of getting that from just staying across the bridge, getting damaged. And yeah, like saying about Ruben though, it's definitely, this is just like, CRL is just the one thing Ruben's missing off his belt. So if he's able to pull out maybe a Western Championship or even a World Championship, then that'll just secure his legacy as the best, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I mean, this season already is the best season I think anyone's ever put up in Clash Royale. Although arguably, it's one of those things where it's interesting because at this stage Morton does have a better win rate overall, but I feel like he's had a lot more help getting it done, especially because of that 2v2.
I guess if you look at it though, it's like this split, this entire season though. I think Morton's done much better because the first split, Ruben put up pretty rough numbers, I would say, but he was able to bounce back really hard, which was just as impressive.
Final minute of Triple Elixir, and then, guys, I see a lot of questions in chat on both the Trovo and Twitch side. We'll get to all of those, but let's go ahead and focus on this final 3 minutes here. Bet with a chance to put Paradox away in 2, but currently the Russian does have the advantage, and that's, but whoa, that advantage disappeared very, very quickly.
Yeah, that, I think you may give him a little caster curse there.
Yeah, well,
it's
part of the job.
Yeah. The second we said he has a lead, just immediately gets taken away with just a stack of skeletons, and looks like this could be it, unless we see another stack of skeletons coming up. But that King Tower activation from Betfas just made it just really hard for Paradox to just do anything at the end there.
And there you go. Paradox falls in 2 today, and Bet will move on in the loser's bracket, in the lower bracket, however you want to name the bracket. He'll move on 1 step closer to the prize pool. Go ahead and take a look at him moving up. He'll face the winner of Framsito and Coca Rx later today, and not much detail on the matchup, but I'll go ahead and show it to you anyway, since of course that's what's up next. And there you go. Yeah, a mirror match. So not going to be a whole lot of information there for you. Bet takes it in 2. And I believe that we should have our next one coming at you fairly soon. They'll keep an eye. They'll give you. Oh, let's see. I'm just looking at some of the chat here to see what's happening next. All right. So coming up next is going to be Thomas and Dark Angel in an elimination match, as they are both on the lower part of the bracket. To answer some of the things, let's see. Over on the Trovo side, yes, this is the final day of this competition. And Tony saying, I don't like the rules of this season over on the Trovo chat. What are you referring to? The rules of CRL, the rules of this particular event? What are you talking about there, Tony? Expound on that, and I'll try to respond the best that I can. Over on the Twitch side, let's see. Let's start with this one. Imagine a team of Morton, Sam, Javi, and Ruben. Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty good. Jess asking, what's your predictions on the weekend? Dip, do you think it's going to be SK or Queso, and do you think Pain or Tribe?
I think SK and Tribe. Actually. Yeah, I'm sticking with it.
Sticking with it. Any context to those picks, or you're just saying SK and Tribe?
Well, the Tribe one will be interesting because Tribe's 2v2 has been pretty lackluster this season, and with Pain being so dominant. But they have been 0-2 when it mattered in playoffs, so I'm not sure. But then the 1v1 capability of Tribe is just much higher than Pain's, so that's why I think Tribe will be able to pull it out. And then I think the depth of the SK roster is just going to be the difference maker. Queso's preparation is, of course, probably just one of the best in the world, which could be their edge and what they need. But I think as long as SK can just pull it to 2v2, I think it's just over from there.
Here we go. Coming up next, Thomas and Dark Angel in an elimination match. And I'll be, of course, giving a lot of my thoughts on SK versus Queso and Pain versus Tribe this weekend. But SK and Queso, I think I know how the matchups will go. And that makes it become a very interesting conversation, right? Because you know what the 2v2 will be. It's going to be Morton and Sam against Kuchi and Benny. And Morton and Sam should win that, but also you could have said that about the last 2 matches for Team Queso in 2v2, right? Yeah. And then on the other side of things, it's typically Javi in game in the second set, and then it'll be Ruben. And you think Ruben should win that, but Javi is like the boogeyman for Ruben for some reason. Javi just keeps on kind of having Ruben's number. And then you get into set number 3, and that's where things get interesting, because it becomes IMJP versus Sam, and that feels like a real toss-up between those ones. And then you go then you get into Ruben versus Morton, and that's just an amazing matchup. So it's one of those ones where, the 2v2 should go to SK, but any of those other 3 you can see going either way, really.
Yeah, that's why. That's the only reason why I'm giving it to SK, is just sort of the fact that I see them having one set that they should win, because then all the other sets are a bit of a toss-up. So that one win of a set, I think, should be their difference maker.
Thank you, Jesus, for the follow there. Do really appreciate that one. Let's see. Tony saying CRL. He doesn't like the rules that both 2v2 players can play the 1v1 set. Same player can play 2v2, 1v1 set in the playoffs. I think it makes it less of a team effort.
That's what people said about Asia as well. Like the fact that a player can play every set.
But a player can't play it. But I'm confused, though. A player can, of the first 4 sets, a player can only play 2. A player can play in the 2v2 or in one of the 1v1s, or a player can play in 2 1v1s.
Yeah, I think, well, yeah, because it's only a 2v2 player can't play 2 1v1 sets. So I think it still is a team effort because they still have to allow the one person, like, yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that, but...
Yeah, and some people saying that Ruben shouldn't play 2 1v1, and I disagree. I think that you have to play, unless your strategy is you move Ruben into the 2v2 with Benny, and you have IMJP play 2 1v1s, but you know they don't have the depth, in my opinion, to put a third person into the 1v1s.
I think like Kuchi is good enough in King of the Hill where he can get a nice surprise win once in a while, but I wouldn't expect him to be capable of winning a 1v1 set versus Javi or Morton or Sam.
I think people also don't realize how much effort, like, I don't think non-pros realize how much effort it is to prep for 2 1v1 sets in a single match versus 1 1v1 set at this level. I don't think they really understand, like, that yes, Ruben is able to play in both, and that's, of course you want him to because he's God tier. But, you know, you look at that and you go, okay, well then why doesn't Morton, yes, Morton's your 2v2 guy, but you look at other teams and why they don't do that, and it's because of the workload it puts on one player.
Yeah, even like last season, or last split, we got second on Misfits, like, and in playoffs we made that 3. We still split it between Wings, Air Surfer, and Razor just because we didn't want anybody to have an absurd amount of pressure.
An absurd amount of pressure, absurd amount of decks, and you have to not just prepare for 2 1v1 sets, but also prepare for the possibility of going to King of the Hill as well. And that's a lot of, again, the difference in preparation for you play a game on ladder or play a global tournament or even play like one best of 5 against a friend versus prepping for for a CRL match. It's a very, very significant difference.
Yeah, that one Barber connection was huge, but let's see who's able to just continue defending here. Nice Magic Archer with the Heal Spirit, getting it back up. That could be a hit. No, that's still death damage. A bit. I think that Bomb Tower was a bit of a mistake there from Dark Angel. Just unnecessary. And let's see what he's able to do with this Miner.
What was that balloon? Was that a drag glitch out of Dark Angel, or was that just a misclick? Because he just ballooned. He NATO'd the balloon to his own tower.
I was looking at the Miner, so I didn't... Oh, wait. Yeah.
He NATO'd the balloon to his own tower. That's literally what happened. I don't know what to do with my brain right now.
He did an angry face after.
Yeah.
So, like, it looked like, from my eyes, he was just trying to end the game. I think... oh, no. I think he was just ending the game, to be honest.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. I think he misplayed the Bomb Tower. He caught the Miner with the E-Barbs. He knew he wasn't getting enough damage, so I think he just nated it to tower to end it.
Let's see. Who's the GOAT of CR? I think if you take Clash Royale, that's a good question there, and that's a common one. I don't think you can make a strong argument against Surgical Goblin being... I don't know if whether you call it the GOAT or, like, certainly on Mount Rushmore when it comes to Clash Royale. I think it's hard to make an argument against Surgical Goblin. Now, you can put things in context.
I disagree.
And well...
I think Morton is the GOAT now.
You think... Well, Morton might be better. I'm not talking about who's the best right now. I'm talking about the greatest of all time, not the greatest of right this second. Right? So that's a hard... Yeah. I think that's a hard... So you're saying that you think that not like...
Surge's had 2 good years of Clash. Morton's had 3. That's my thing.
That's a fair thought.
Surge had a good 2017. Morton's had a good 2018, 2019. And Surge had a good 2017 and 2019. Morton's had a good 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting. It's a tough argument. I think those are the two guys. I think those two guys are the argument, whether it's Morton or Surgical Goblin. I think that if Morton can go and win a Western Championship this weekend and then go on and win a World Championship on top of that, makes that argument much easier to make towards him. But
yeah, Morton's in his 4th Western Finals.
I think you talk about a Mount Rushmore; those two are certainly on it.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see. I know I'm way behind on the Twitch chat right now. People. Reminder that Javi carried Vivo Key to second at Worlds. Yeah, I mean, I think that Javi is the unsung hero of Clash Royale League in particular. He's not a ladder player, so doesn't get that sort of love, and doesn't win a bunch of tournaments outside of CRL. But what Javi's done in CRL, I think people also need to really take into account.
Yeah, you could then you can make the argument. You can look at Asia, of course, and then look at LCOP or Little Chen.
Sure. And you know what? That's another argument for you're talking about the GOAT argument. I do think that LCOP needs to be in that conversation for sure, and there's a strong Western bias if you're not putting him in there.
He, of course, I don't think he would have as much success with Western stuff, but I still don't think that's you can't take that into consideration for the fact that he's won every single thing he's played in East. So
and done it a lot too. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Wait, oh yeah, there's a game going on.
Yeah, there is a game going on. Jesus, if you're having trouble with the internet, and I'm going to go ahead, I cannot put in more options because I'm not a Twitch partner, and only Twitch partners can choose to put in more options. Go watch on Trovo if you need to reduce the internet, if you need to reduce the quality of the screen.
I agree with one of the guys in chat said, if Wings had had a successful team in CRL, he would also be up in that discussion, which I fully agree with. Wings is just overall performances of all time is also one of the best.
Yeah. I mean, I think you also need to put the all-time Grand Challenge list as kind of a factor in making that conversation. It seems like a strange one, but that's one place that Surge doesn't appear, and that Morton and Wings are both top 5ers all time in Grand Challenge wins.
Yeah, Wings hasn't played a Grand Challenge in 2 years as well.
And he's still a top 5 all-time Grand Challenge winner.
Exactly. And then he did good before CRL. He did good in CCGS. He's finished #1 in ladder. Then he played in CRL. He has the most King of the Hill wins of all time. Wings is, I guess he's probably the NA GOAT, but it's hard to put, since he hasn't won anything big. It's hard to say that could be the actual GOAT.
And it's one of those things where when people talk about, let's talk about the NBA. Or people talk about the greatest of all time in the NBA. There's a lot of guys who are maybe skill-wise up in that list, but no rings, so you can't put them in the conversation.
Yeah, I've always, I'm not too big a fan of basketball, but I've always been a big fan of Russell Westbrook. And he's just one of those guys who's so good, but is just never able to actually win anything.
Yep. Let's see. What about Sergio Ramos, though? I mean, Sergio Ramos will probably end up getting a spot in the Hall of Fame just for being the sole CCGS winner.
Sergio's had 2 good years of Clash Royale, and no offense to him, I love Sergio. I'm good friends with him, but his 2 years were just not that impressive to me because of just the lack of his decks were so predictable, and no one ever predicted him. That always annoyed me as a very big deck picker. He always used Mega Knight Graveyard or Bridge Spin, and that was it. And people just didn't want to counter it. I don't know what the issue was, but that was his good season in CRL. But then, yeah, of course, he won the World Championship. He's done good on ladder, and then he had 2 good West seasons, and then 1 bad year. People who say he's bad, anybody says he's bad, he's just stupid. People have bad years. It doesn't mean someone's bad, and I don't think he's the GOAT. He hasn't done enough to be considered the GOAT. Because when he was on SK, it's not like he was the X factor on that team. he was kind of like the fourth man who did his job. And so I don't think he's the GOAT, but he's definitely, like Rich said, he's a Hall of Famer. And in terms of all time, he's one of the best, but just not GOAT status.
Still catching up to a lot of these comments here. People talking about we're talking about Sergio Ramos right now, Alex, and I think Sergio had a great 2019 in CRL, but obviously his 2020 hasn't just been I would say it was a small sample size, but also like some pretty mistake-laden play in 2020. But it's going to happen. And Stormer making a good point here. Wings is certainly, if you're talking about the best American players of all time, C. McHugh has to be in the conversation. Wings has to be in the conversation. But how isn't it the God RF? Is there an argument that it's not the God RF? In my opinion, that's the best American player of all time.
I guess if we're like, yeah, I don't know. I honestly kind of forgot about RF for a sec.
There's a short list of top tier great American players, right? You have C. McHugh, you have Air Surfer, you have Wings, you have RF. Trying to think of who else is like top tier, like not just good, but like legend status good.
It's actually funny. I was in call with all four of those people yesterday. I was kind of talking to them all about this.
Yeah.
With C. McHugh, Air Surfer, and separate calls. But yeah, I was talking to C. McHugh, Air Surfer, Wings, RF, and Wings, in his humble opinion, said that if he put in the time, he would be the absolute best player in the world. Wings he's very confident in himself, which I honestly don't disagree with.
Sure.
He's been whenever he puts in the time, he's literally the best.
Well, if I were the organization that was paying him money as a professional player and heard him say that, I would demand some of that money back right now. If I heard that you could have been the best in the world, but you didn't put the time in when I was paying you a salary, that would irk me as the one who was writing those checks. So, maybe he could have been, but coulda, woulda, shoulda. I'm gonna go ahead and say wasn't. And I'm gonna move him down the list at least one slot.
This season was like his just like one bad season of CRL. When then again, like you were saying, RF has never had a bad season of CRL. They've both had, I would say, pretty equal performances in ladder. And then I guess the one thing to factor in is just that Wings' career started way before RF's, so it's like. Actually, so Wings had one bad season of CRL. RF's had a bunch of good seasons, but then Wings has just had a whole extra good year where he played in CCGS. So it's definitely
wasn't RF too young for CCGS?
Yes, he didn't get the chance. I don't know if he was even good enough to make it though back then.
And that might be a fair argument.
So that's why Wings has been better for longer, and he's only had one bad season of CRL ever.
Alex asking, do I know Molt or Nick and I, by the way? I've never met Molt. I did meet Nick at CRL World Finals in LA for 2019, which was one of the most fun things. It was a little bit different. Tokyo was a fun experience because Andrew and I were there for over a week and got to hang out with a bunch of the teams and go explore together and stuff like that. I didn't get much time to hang out with people during CRL World Finals, but the time that I did was a whole lot of fun, and I was able to meet Nick there and a lot of people from the community overall. It was nice to have a big event like that here in the good old U.S. event.
I met Molt once at King's Cup back in the ancient days.
Was he wearing a funky hat?
Surprisingly, no. He had his nice haircut.
Disappointing, honestly. If I ever meet Molt and he's not wearing a fancy hat, I'll be very upset with it.
Hey, he rocks those hats though.
Yeah, I know.
It's a hard look to pull off, but he does it.
I can't do it.
Yeah, neither can I.
Severely cannot. I think you'll be able to when you're old. I think when you're like an old guy, you'll be able to actually rock those hats. I don't think those kind of hats will ever look good on me. My head's too big. I wear a 7 3/4 size fitted. So.
Oh yeah, my head's also too big, and my hair's too long right now to wear one of those hats. My hair goes down to my shoulders.
Oh, you're going like full on '60s rock star right now.
I dyed my hair black. It's going down to my shoulders, so I got a whole new look.
Oh yeah, I did see your Joker look. I remember that now. All right, here we go. 23 seconds left in regulation time. Swimmer saying, honestly, Vulcan was pretty good IMO. He just didn't play for many seasons.
Vulcan could have been there if he
Yeah.
played another CRL, he could have been up there, but he ended his career too early.
Or right on time, depending on how you view it, right? Like he didn't want to keep playing, and I think that's the right call. If you don't want to, it's one of those things, right? Where it's like, if the other alternative is collect a paycheck but don't go full out, I think that maybe Vulcan went with the right call. So.
Yeah, I agree. That was his big thing. And yeah, this matchup is just... Arcane's bring up a lot of pressure, but this is honestly just like a boring matchup. It's hard to even speak about because it's just going to be Thomas defending, throwing minors, defending, throwing minors. So just a really good matchup from him. He's going to always defend with goblins, and yeah, like when he needs to at the end, he's just going to throw 1 or 2 rockets and end it pretty easily.
What is the best minor wall breaker variant right now? You have this one. You have 2 different Magic Archer variants, one that has Tornado, one that doesn't. What do you think?
I think they're very different decks. I think it's hard to compare the two, but this version is just super solid. I'll see a lot of people have been using it recently with RG for wall breakers. I really like that version. I think it's very interesting. You might see a big rocket at the bridge, and now he's spending way too much. So yeah, just gonna throw on miners, keep getting that damage, and just gonna NATO to the other lane and just keep on casually defending because there's really just not too much that Dark Angel can do. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, nice, easy rocket on defense. And you can see Dark still just like behind on Elixir too. 2 Mega Minions trying to find some way through, but now the Valk will go and protect. And this is pretty much a done deal. I'm gonna start editing graphics now. That's how done this one is. Let me go ahead.
And there's 1 wall breaker, and that's a rocket. GG.
And there goes the rocket. Yeehaw. And we are done. Thomas going to eliminate Dark Angel and move on to the next stage.
I love that miner deck. That was the deck that was like my best deck for a while. Like during CRL, I used to absolutely one-trick that deck.
This minor wall breakers rocket deck?
Yeah, when I was in NRG.
Pretty fun. A lot of control here. The stab goblins do show up in a couple of decks right now.
Helps against miners and graveyard.
And that's the big one, is the extra little graveyard viability. You see people putting I guess it's in Hog Triple Spell. Some people put the stabs in instead of skeletons.
Yeah, because once again, it really helps against miners. Because sometimes with skeletons, you can get a snowball in there, a log in there, and it could just make it really hard to defend miners. But with the goblins, you always have they're like the best answer for miners.
There you go. Let's see. Look at the chat here over on the Trovo chat. And again, if you're having trouble watching the stream on Twitch because it's too high in resolution, go to Trovo. You can downgrade it to 30 to 360 if you like. 805 Joe, 7 3/4, son. It's like an orange on a toothpick, got its own atmosphere. Oh yeah, no, like this thing is a planet, that's for sure. Baby boy Slayton has a huge head too. It's a family trait, big-headed boys, that's for sure. Let's see. Logchip is one thing. Back over on the Twitch chat side, and thank you, Mac, for the follow. Do really appreciate that. We're doing a little quick 2-minute break here on the production side of things. So let's sit back, relax, and talk to the chat here for a second. A lot of emotes. Well, that's not as useful to respond to, but zombie pickle to you too there, Jay White. In case switches to high quality, check out Trovo ring endorsement. Birdbrain, what I mean is that in Twitch, actually, this is actually a quality thing that Trovo's got better quality. Twitch will not let you give options to scale up or down the resolution as a viewer unless you're a partner, whereas Trovo does give you that option. So on Trovo, you can watch it in 1080p. You can also watch it in 720 or 360 or 4 or whatever. So the ring and endorsement here is that Trovo actually gives you more options and what resolution to watch, whereas Twitch forces you into 1080 unless I sign their partner deal, which I'm not going to do. So there you go. There's the answer for you there, Bird Brain. Who do I think is going to win this cup? Ask our mythologist. Well, looking at things right now, it's hard to argue against Mohammed Light, a.k.a. Kicks Light. He seems like he's probably the best bet here.
Or Adriel could take him out. If anybody's gonna
Sure.
take him out, it's gonna be Adriel, I think.
Sure. So Pro Bro. So here's the thing: is your streams can be downscaled depending on if there's enough if they decide to give you the bandwidth. So I'm an affiliate. I don't do anything with it, but I'm an affiliate, I guess, with Twitch. And sometimes they'll let you downscale, sometimes they won't. But basically, if you're a partner, they guarantee that you can downscale. If you're an affiliate, sometimes you can downscale. That's what it goes. That's what happens with the downscale thing. But on Trovo, you can just go ahead and go over there and downscale if you want. So there you go. What's that? Every other channel I can watch it in different quality. Oh, I mean, I looked it up, and that's what it says. So I don't know, man. Maybe every other channel you watch is partnered, and I'm not partnered. Maybe that's it. Because I ain't doing it.
Like with them allowing it sometimes, not sometimes, and today is just one of those days where they're just not allowing it for you.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's why I'm streaming in 2 locations, guys. So there you go.
Yeah. And make sure you go watch.
Make sure you go watch what? On Trovo? Yeah. It's certainly the better option in many ways. Ali and Jose coming up next. Am I on camera right now or am I off camera? I don't even know I'm looking at graphics here. Oh, I am on camera right now. Here you go. There's the bracket for you. So we're going to go up with Ali and JoseAntonio next. The winner of that will face off against Thomas. Fram and Coca Rx will go, and one of those two will be against Betfas, and then up at the top you'll see it'll be Mal, Mohammed Light, Adriel, and Jonathan 18. And right now we're going to jump into the Jose and Ali matchup. Rich, you going to stream Worlds? Well, I'm going to cast it. I'm not going to stream it here. I'll be casting it on the official Clash Royale esports page, as is my job to do. Go to Clash Royale, go to YouTube, type in CRL or Clash Royale League, or type in Clash Royale Esports, or go to esportsroyale.com, or go to esports Royale EN on Twitter, or whatever it is.
Said. Best of 5, Rich?
Best of 5. Best of 5 is going to happen at some point. Oh, me versus Dip? That doesn't need to happen. That's an unnecessary BO5. I don't need that. What do you want to see me play? I don't even play Eagle and Battle Healer, but that's my only chance. I just Eagle and Battle Healer and hope he doesn't hard counter me.
I'd use Minor Rocket.
Yeah. So, what I want is for Rich to host an ACC versus Trainer League's BO5 for a Twitter promotion. I think I've done. I did actually. There's a Trainer Luis RF video on my channel somewhere, which that went about as you expect. Let's go ahead and jump into our game. Ali versus JoseAntonio. No, I'm not going to Shanghai. For those of you curious, I'm not even going to LA. Actually, I'm going to be casting from where I'm casting right now. They are sending me a higher quality setup. The producers for CRL are sending me like their own computer, their own camera, their own 5-piece light kit. Like they're sending me a whole thing to do up my studio at home. I'm going to break down my studio and set up their studio. No, I don't get to keep it. It's a real nice setup they're sending me too. But it also allows them to control everything remotely, so that I'm not having to control anything from my side.
That's good.
Yeah, but yeah, that's. I think, despite the fact that we are not going to be in Shanghai, and despite the fact that Andrew and I aren't even going to be in a studio in LA together, that we'll still be remote. I think the people will be. We have some bells and whistles that are going to get pulled out. Let's put it that way. So it'll be cool. It will be fun. Are any of the players allowed? I have no idea what players are and are not going to be in studio in Shanghai. I have no involvement in that whatsoever.
I assume just the Chinese teams.
That's my guess, most likely.
I think it's gonna be so weird. I think they shouldn't have. Like, they shouldn't even have Nova or EDG in there, because I think it just makes it look weird, essentially, just having them, just, like,
I agree.
just standing alone in there.
I agree. Yeah, it'd be country dependent. Yeah, like, Supercell doesn't get to decide who goes to Shanghai for the World Finals. China gets to decide who goes to Shanghai for the World Finals. Oh, boy. Ali, what are you doing? That's a whole lot of things that hit your tower.
Bud.
Oh, boy. That was a lot of things that you shouldn't have done all in a row. Giant skeleton bomb, balloon connection. Oi. Let's see. Pyro saying the cameras are too tiny / cropped out. What are you talking about, Pyro? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think what's it called? Especially Europe is going like all into lockdown right now as well. I'm pretty sure again.
Oh yeah.
So Europe is, yeah.
Let's not talk about all that stuff, so I can actually
Yeah,
post this on YouTube without it getting,
Oh, true.
I might have to go through and remove the sound from this game. Oh, it adds an annoying extra to.
Do people actually or did your video get flagged or something? Do people speak about it, stuff like that?
Yeah, the video can lose advertising for that. So.
Okay, well, scratch what I said.
Yeah.
I did not know. I didn't know YouTube was that crazy on that stuff. Wow.
Well, it's the sponsors, dude.
Yeah, fair enough. No one's.
I don't know, maybe I'll put this up and not monetize it.
Nah, I don't do that. It's just remove the sound.
I gotta throw an edit so much. It's not worth the time. I'll just post it and not monetize it. I have to remember to not monetize it.
Oh.
Oh, no, and no replay data. Dip, you're ruining everything right now. Here you are getting me pre-demonetized, and then also make it so the stats don't work. There you go. There's the stats from that one. Let's see.
Oh, God, yeah.
They might mail some cameras to players to use houses, maybe. In my opinion, if you can't have all the players there for Worlds, don't have any. Yeah, I think that I think that some of them shouldn't be there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, look at the Chinese teams from last season. The one team that had Boss and Paradox. They would just sit there alone. Especially if they were playing against another Chinese team, they would have people playing. They would have one team on the podium while they're just sitting there, just watching the screen.
Very surreal. I don't know what Pyro was talking about when Pyro said the cameras are too tiny / cropped out. And Pyro has not re-upped on that conversation, so.
Yeah, how come players like Igor, Canario, and some others just never had cams on? What was do you know why?
Well, I mean, so there were a few things. One is, this is kind of silly, but a lot of players, their cameras couldn't get through customs because they got sent cameras and their countries just wouldn't release them through, and they got held up in customs forever.
Well, that sucks.
So, Pyro, what cam are you talking about? On the camera that's on my face? The camera that's what camera are you talking about, Pyro? You're being very mysterious here. You mean the camera when it cuts to me on my face? You're talking about player cameras in CRL. What camera are you talking about? Yeah, so that's one of the things, is that some players, the equipment they got sent couldn't get through customs. You're saying exactly which one, Pyro? You type which one you're talking about. Don't just say that, because I said two things. I said two things. My lord.
Exactly.
You can lead a horse to water, but if it gets there, it's always have to break its leg on purpose.
Okay, I think he's trolling. He said that.
Yeah, exactly. That. Which one?
Not that one.
All right, well, I'm just not Pyro, I am going to I'm this close to timing you out for this nonsense. This whole thing, we were doing a professional show here, and during this XAlee versus JoseAntonio game, this has completely gone off the rails, between Pyro being nonsense in the chat and you getting me completely unable to monetize this video. This whole thing has gone off the rails, guys. My lord. My lord. So it's, as far as the cameras thing, so some of it is players who literally couldn't get the equipment to their house because it wouldn't get through customs, and some of it is the players not having stable enough internet to support the cameras.
Yeah, I remember Mohammed Light when sometimes his camera would just cut to 1 FPS during some of his games. His internet was... Yeah, I don't think Pedro, for example, his internet would not be able to handle it.
Yeah, so
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my guess. I don't know if Igor's problem was the former or the latter, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was either one of those ones, with Igor not having cameras. You know, I know Lucas. I don't think Lucas's camera got through customs, if I remember correctly. Not entirely sure. But yeah, a lot of players just have really bad internet.
Well, same with Samuel, so probably customs, I would say, for all of Brazil.
Yeah, xAlee's. But Wallace had a camera. But I think Wallace already
Xalee's
had a
a-
camera, though.
Xalee's was like half the time though.
Yeah, Xalee's was just internet. It was just bad internet.
I guess same with TNT.
Sounds like I need sleep. Of course I need sleep.
He's got a child.
Sky saying, sending my daily hello. Hello, Sky.
Oh, the balloon hit. Did not see that one coming.
The balloon hit. 5:27 on the right-hand side. And we're back, folks, to Clash Royale, being played competitively between two people, JoseAntonio and xAlee.
Oh, the best bomb tower.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Snowball trying to stop this from being a disaster, but it ain't going to do it. 6:26, the lead gone just like that.
I think he's fine, though. No, I don't know. The fireball cycle. I have no clue. I think xAlee won this. I think xAlee definitely won this.
Snowball trying to get a little bit more room here for the Miner. Miner gets one more shot, 287 to 354, and there's no fireball cycle available for JoseAntonio. Fireball on defense to try to stop this balloon, and the balloon does get picked off by the Hunter. Will the balloon in the opposite direction get death damage in? And oh boy, that sure looks like it. Oh, that looks like it. xAlee takes the win.
Choke.
Oh boy,
no.
JoseAntonio had it. He had it. Jose, you were so close, man. You were so close.
Would that have been? Oh, no, this is losers bracket. Is it?
Yes. Yeah. This is the losers bracket right now.
Oh,
Full of losers. Full of big time old losers. We turned a corner here, Dip. We turned a corner. Everything was. You heard I was just dialing things in. And as soon as the it's hard to once the train's off the rails, Dip, it's hard to get it back on. Let me tell you.
It's pretty heavy.
Sam says I'm sad boss loss. Well, people lose sometimes. There's Sam. And
When did boss lose?
yesterday.
Oh.
Lost to Bet in a best of 3. Imagine how sad Mohammed Parsa would be if GY and Loon both get nerfed. Yeah, that would hurt him. That would hurt him a fair bit. Imagine how sad Denisito Pro would be if Wizard and Giant Skeleton both got nerfed. Can we keep playing this game? Imagine how sad. All right.
The Russians would be if Miner got nerfed.
Yep, the entire former Soviet Union would be really upset about it. Would be really upset about it. I think actually Putin might go to war with Finland over that if Miner or Mortar got nerfed. So, keep an eye on that one, Finland. You don't want to bring up the ire of the great frozen north. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 3. xAlee versus JoseAntonio. Imagine how sad Germany would be if Royal Hogs got nerfed.
Ooh, Venezuela if Ram Rider got nerfed.
That's a very good point. Can't wait for the Fantasy Royale Challenge. Yeah, CR7 guy, go for it.
I can't believe how good Thunder did. Thunder's like absolutely insane for.
Hold on, what's Thunder?
For what he
What's
did.
Thunder having fantasy?
I think he's like 4th right now.
What?
He was second for like most of the season.
That 100% means he made some dumb picks though. Like that's the thing about that is that like I was looking at which players would go off each week, and if you made it to the top 3 on that list, it's because occasionally you picked someone you really shouldn't have picked, and it just worked out for you. That's me.
No.
I'm not giving Thunder credit for that.
His were fully like legit. No, like I was in call with him. Him and Bell couldn't do it. His picks were always fully logistical, but yeah, like that's why he's in 4th, because he didn't pick stupid people sometimes.
I'd be curious to go back and take a look at some of those picks in real time. And
He would always just pick like whatever the best players were with 1 game, and then whatever team had 2 games, he would just pick like whatever player would probably win the most.
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the formula.
Yeah, and it worked for him. He did it just better than everybody else.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I just don't know if I can give Thunder that sort of credit.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to give Thunder credit for anything.
The Fantasy Royale Challenge is going to be so fun showing those mid-ladder noobs who the real boss is. Rich, what? A lot of things happening there with you, Sam, in that comment. Not really sure what's going on. Miner to the left-hand side. And defended, but so far JoseAntonio in the lead, but that's what happened last game. And here we go.
Interesting push on the left.
I don't know about those barbs.
Not sure if I agree with that.
Like I said, I don't know about those barbs. That seems like basically feeding 5 elixir to 4.
Yeah. That was an interesting trade there.
And that's going to be the final 10 of regulation time. Currently about a 600 HP, 601 HP lead, if you want to be really precise about it, for JoseAntonio. And this turned into a bit of a foot race here.
Huh.
Yeah, I know. I'm like watching this one so close right now, and I'm trying to get the same evaluation you are.
All right, well, there you
Arrows
go.
for Jose. There you go. GG. Well played. And Ali now gone for the rest of time.
It's hard to really even say anything there. You kind of just gotta just watch and just see what happens.
Yeah, that one was. Sometimes, oh, you know, when CRL's paying me, I'll say a lot of things. But in that one, I'm like, you know, I just want to sit back and watch this one intently.
Yeah, I don't get paid enough for this.
I'm certainly not going to be paid enough for this one, but also it's like one of those things where it's like in this situation, I'm like, I just kind of want to watch for a second. Like I actually want to like see what's happening. So there you go. You're gonna see JoseAntonio moving on.
Oh no, Fram after Ollie.
What about Fram?
No, he's up.
Yeah, Fram versus Coca here in a second.
Let's see if the entire country of Argentina can get taken out here.
The entire country of Argentina potentially will be gone. In fact, actually,
oh no, we still got Jonathan. Wait, no, is he?
No, he's Nicaragua.
Yeah.
Nicaragua is Jonathan. So a little different there. Let's go jump into the next one.
I wonder how he's doing right now because aren't they getting hit by like a literal Cat 5 hurricane right now?
I don't know. I don't watch the news right now.
I was talking to Eric about that yesterday. We been playing Call of Duty together, and yeah, like their country is just getting ravaged right now.
Which Call of Duty are you playing?
The new one just came out this week.
I don't know which one that is.
It's called Black Ops Cold War.
Oh, okay. I've heard someone say something about that. I've been too busy.
Yeah, fair enough.
And things will update here in a second, I think. Come on, things, update. Wow, there we go.
Oh, it already, okay. Irish Store said it already hit. So I hope he's doing okay. I assume if he's playing in the CWA Cup, he's probably doing okay.
Yeah, that's my guess.
That's a good assumption.
That's a good evaluation there. He's probably not like holding on to he's probably not tying himself down to his house and like trying to keep his pets from being taken away by a hurricane, and also with the other hand dropping stuff on the bridge
right now or something.
Yeah, exactly.
So it looks like it's just I think we've seen these two decks at least like 60% of the time.
Yeah, they're pretty popular right now.
This is an interesting meta. It's a little stale in my eyes. Like I hate when metas are like this when it's just just the same repeat deck over and over again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you also, I mean, to be fair, there was some of that in CRL, but I think you get more of that yeah, that's the one thing that's nice about when players are paid, you know, we're talking about actual pro players, is they do actively try to vary their deck pool more. Whereas, you know, like at this level, you tend to see, hey, people are running like 2 to 3 decks, maybe 4.
Yeah, you just gotta run. You just gotta run on safe, and these are clearly the 2 safest decks right now to run. Yeah, I think this balloon deck got popularized in East. I think one of the Chinese games made it, and then it just picked up from there. And yeah, now it's everywhere.
And for CRL, there are analysts and stuff. Yeah, 40, but it's not just about analysts. It's also about like you running the deck.
The effort.
Right? So it's not just about the an analyst can give you a deck, but it's also about how many times do you run the deck and run the matchups and stuff like that. These guys, like, because of like the time, right? It's not just like that because they can get an analyst to help them out, or they can go on Royale API, or they can do a bunch of stuff. But really, what it is they're like, hey, right now I'm having success with these 3, maybe 4 decks.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna play the heck out of these ones. And oh boy, Fram taking a big chunk out the right-hand side. Get it, Fram.
Not enough though. Coca can still come back here.
Get it, Coca. You see, I can be biased both directions at the same time.
Yeah, that Coca's gonna lose, so give him the caster curse. Oh, just like speaking of just like this kind of similar play, Lapo's play just killed me on the inside.
Sure. We talked about it yesterday, and if you are a Clash Royale fan, the 2 GIFs that you need to have like preloaded in your phone as memes are
Lapo diving onto his bed.
Lapo diving onto his bed, and Colton yelling in CRL NA. Do you remember Colton's like scream in CRL NA?
Yeah,
Yeah, which I loved it. I loved it, but I think those are the 2 GIFs you have to have preloaded into your phone if you're a CRL fan.
Yeah, I was rooting for Space Station, and my heart just broke. All he had to do was just cage it to the other lane.
I still don't understand the not caging that.
I guess he just like thought I guess like he just wasn't expecting Wallace to snowball or something, because like realistically speaking, the snowballs all ruined it for him. But like, come on, you gotta know better.
Ooh, someone's upset that I. Man, people have no sense of humor about this game sometimes. Someone just posted on one of my YouTube videos right now. It's a shame you're biased. This is from yesterday's Betfas versus Boss matchup. It's a shame you're biased towards Boss just because Betfas is playing Expo. We like neutral commentary. P.S. I'm not an Expo player. I dislike playing Expo, but it just should be fair.
Oh God.
I don't have any effect on the outcome, and I'm having fun and it's on my channel. Ding dong.
Dude, did you see Thunder's tweet? Like after Wallace like destroyed Space Station, Thunder tweeted out, "Wallace is such a tryhard. It's so sad to see that in CRL." And
What?
then people were responding, telling him to like off himself and stuff, and that he's just like, and like that they hate him and stuff. And they're like, what else do you expect him to do? It's CRL. People were like getting so defensive about it. It was just Thunder was like, "Oh, well, such a tryhard." Oh, and people got so mad. Oh,
Yeah,
God.
it's so hilarious.
People don't realize that you should never take a single word that Thunderstruck says seriously.
Thunderstruck Thunder's so funny, man. He cracks me up. That's why he was one of the guys like I was actively excited for getting into the league. I was like, just because he's funnier than everybody else, I want him to be in CRL.
Yeah, I love Thunder. Like, he's a very interesting person to live with, but I definitely enjoyed it. Well, big chunk from Coke here, and yeah, it just looks like we're gonna. Oh, he's gonna bomb tower low, and just the heal spirit's gonna be pretty big though. As long as we get one more shot. Ooh, not one more. So yeah, big chunk there. Maybe a barbell. Okay, archers. So yeah, pretty good damage from Framsito, and I think I don't. This match probably should be Coca's, I would say.
Well, now you're super biased, and let me tell you something here. We like unbiased commentary here on Rich Layton's YouTube channel. So, just the fact that you would say it should be his matchup, I think it's sad that you would even bring that here.
I think it's sad that you would judge me.
Consider yourself judged, sir. I kind of want to watch this video now and figure out where he was so upset about my bias, because I bet you I was like joking about Expo.
He's hard Expo in his name or something. I'm like, oh.
I think that maybe it was. I think that I talked about. I want to go back and watch it and see like what he. Oh boy! Oh boy!
I didn't see that coming.
Yeah, me neither. And I don't think that Fram did either.
Oh.
I prefer biased commentary. Please cast judgment, Ritz. Thank you, Irish Door. Honestly, Fram's got better hair in this situation, and based on his hair alone, I think that we can all come together. And
Pyro came back. He says when Betfas BM'd, you said that's why I hate Expo players.
I didn't say that's why I said that's why people hate Expo players. I think. I don't think I said I, but Yes, when he had a pretty good matchup, super locked it down and played like, turtled and won, and then he BM'd at the end. I was like, that's why people hate Expo players. It's not even, I mean, a game enough, like a super defensive game like that can be annoying, but then the BM on top of it that is apparently like a rule if you play Expo. It's like a requirement. So I didn't realize that it was part of the terms and conditions of playing Clash Royale, but apparently it's built in that you get a 30-day ban if you don't BM after playing a defensive Expo win. So,
Yo, these decks, the thing is, this meta is still like hyper defensive. It's hard to even like give tips because all you have to do is just defend and just not mess up. Like it's hard to even like say like what to do anymore. Like that's why like this meta is just like weird to me because it's literally just you just defend and just try to just not lose. Literally, that's it. It's not like playing offense is like even smart anymore.
what's interesting? We were this conversation was a part of the conversation a lot yesterday, and and we'll get into it. I don't think he's not going to break through in any significant way, is he? Oh, he could. He could. Yeah. Fram might be able to put some heat on right now. Hold on. I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, actually, we're doing the earthquake cycle.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. The EQ cycle. He's starting to stack up a little bit. Catches one miner here. Hunter's going to actually do a lot. If he can protect the Hunter, which he does with the Fish Boy for a second. Could get back to Pigs here and EQ cycle one more time.
He needs to get 2 earthquakes without letting a miner hit. High bombs. Ooh, not high? What?
Not high. Dude. Coca. Snowball. Oh, the miner. Oh, and the death damage. Oh, boy.
Okay, there we go.
This was almost a thing, and then it wasn't. Coca takes game number 2. We were talking a lot. You're talking about the meta and this and that, and everyone has their own opinions. I think I talked about this ad nauseum during this tournament, but this is a new conversation for today, and you're here. I think that there's resistance to it because people don't like a thing that's different than what they're used to. But I do think that if dual mode, and not just like a best of 3, but the duels where you have to have 3 decks or 4 decks and they can't share cards, or 3 decks and they can't share cards, however you want to frame that conversation. I think that fixes a lot of the problems of the meta overall.
I've always been a full supporter of that game mode, and I'll always stand behind it. Yeah. If they decided to add that to CRL, I would 1,000,000% be a supporter of it. There's not even a question about that.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of it. Bomb Tower and Graveyard are the bans. I'm going forward here. I'm a huge fan of the game mode. What game mode? So it sucks because it got buried in Clan Wars 2, and people are upset about Clan Wars 2, so they're not playing it very much and not getting to play it to full extent because it requires too many max cards. But dual mode, where you go into a best of 3, and none of your decks can share cards, right? So if you play 2.6 in game number 1, for game 2 and potentially game 3, no Hog, no Muskie, no Skellies, no Fireball, etc., etc. And what it does is, it means that it shifts the meta up like crazy, because now you get to a point where, like, oh, I can play Poison in one game, I can play Fireball in another, but I don't have those available for the third game, right? So it makes the meta get shifted up. Like, the decks that you've seen forever, you can be annoyed about 2.9, right? But if someone runs 2.9 or 3.0, that means that Fireball and Log are now unavailable for them. So do they want to run that? It also means that, it takes a lot of, it's hard to be able to run the same, you can't run the same kind of cycle deck over and over again because you don't get Skeletons or Ice Spear or whatever it might be, right? So there's some of that, but what it also does is, from a matchup perspective, is it reduces the randomness of matchups. Because game number 1 is still going to be a pretty random matchup, but game number 2, you have a ton of information on your opponent, right? You know what the 8 cards that you don't have anymore, and you know the 8 cards that your opponent doesn't have anymore. So that reduces randomness of matchups. There's so much viability to it, and it's going to create, like, from a casting perspective, makes things really interesting to have that discussion. Did you come on my channel for one of those? Because I know I did a couple dual mode matches on my channel. Were you there for one of them, Dip, or no?
I think I just played a regular best of 5 versus RF. I have casted one of those before.
Yeah, that was the question. Did you come and cast one of those with me before?
Yeah, it was Belly versus someone else.
Yeah.
And actually, I was in call with another person. I was like I was just like, someone was in call, like, and we were just like messing around, like making decks together for their multiple band system.
Oh yeah, because I've experimented with different systems like the multi-ban, and the ban thing, like it's annoying because it's hard to implement in game, right? So like, you can have bans in competitive, but then like they don't, Supercell doesn't like it because it doesn't reflect the player's experience, and it does slow down production to a certain degree, the ban situation, and there's a bunch of stuff like that. But the duels thing, especially now that they've built a framework for it that they've shown inside of Clan Wars 2. My only problem with the duels thing, and it's going to be, I don't know how you, like, they'll have to change it for competitive potentially, is that it's good within the game, but from a casting perspective, the 10 to 15 seconds between games when they select between the end of game 1 and start of game 2, like, that's really frustrating from a production standpoint. Because you want it to be like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, I don't know. Rumham, for one, I know, like, he always loved it. Like, just this whole, like, format. Like, were you around when he used to do his, like, Draft Royale?
I've watched the videos. I wasn't, like, hanging out, though. I wasn't, like, in the scene then.
Okay. Yeah, so, yeah, Rumham used to be in love with this stuff, so it's no surprise that they added it in. And I think it's just, I don't know if people would take it. It's very interesting. But I just think you have to pay so much attention to what cards they pick, and to like just what they could use, and just all that. I think, and for like, I feel like if they literally had the straight duel where they could actually like have it set up in like private match, it goes into the second game anyway. So there's no like issue with accepting games and all that stuff. It's just 1, 2, 3 games are over.
Yeah.
So
I wish they would have one from, if it does become the competitive meta, the competitive mode, it would be nice to have a version of that where like you could adjust the time between games so that the time could be 15 seconds like it is normally in Clan Wars 2, and the time could be reset to like, for a production standpoint, set to like 30 seconds or 45 seconds so that you have time between games to like reset, go like, oh, look at what they played, what might they play next, that sort of thing.
Yeah, because then you'll never have to run into the issue again of coming into a game 20 seconds later, someone accepting early. Like, it's just it's like that whole pain situation from this season is just not gonna ever happen again.
Never happen. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to it. Next up, we're still gonna stay in the lower bracket. As you can see, we're down to our top 8 now. This is gonna be Betfas versus Framsito, and I think this is still, let me check on this one. I have a schedule somewhere. I don't know if this is still BO3, if this one's BO5. And let me take a look at the schedule. Lower bracket. So this is still going to be BO3 for the moment. The BO5s are going to be the winner's bracket semifinals. The winner's bracket final, lower bracket final, and the grand final. Those will be the BO5s. We're going to have 5 BO5s today. Let's see. Oh, chat's getting spicy. This is sad we don't see Mohammed Parsa, Osama Oyasu, Best NA, these latter gods. Well, Mohammed Parsa was in the group stage, got eliminated. I don't remember what happened with Osama. Oyasu was supposed to be in this and didn't. I think he had to cancel. And I don't know about Best NA. But, yeah. So, one of those guys was in it and got beat. One of those guys I don't know about. One of them was supposed to be here and didn't show up or had to cancel or whatever. Because Oyasu was on the calendar at one point. And then the other guy I don't know. So, there you go. There's your answer. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Was Fino in this one? I don't know if Fino played in this one. Fino played in the last one, I think. I don't think he played in this one. I don't remember.
He did really good in the last one, which I was very surprised about.
Let me go and let me go ahead and look at some Fino info. Fininfo? That almost doesn't sound right. Did Fino use the Fino deck? Finos, guys. Fino going Fino. That's the best way to put it. Why are his none of his accomplishments are on this Royale API here. Oh, because that's just the Q-Lash thing. Hold on. I know it's Clash. I'll never call it Clash. It's Q-Lash for life.
I am 100% on your side there.
Yeah.
I'm like big in the. I talk to a lot of the Brawl Stars guys, and they always call Q-Lash or Clash, and then I always refer to them as Q-Lash, and then they were like, oh, and then I always get crap for that. Just, I just will never not call them Q-Lash because Clash just doesn't fit well. It just doesn't work.
It's too confusing.
It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, no, it's super annoying. This is interesting. I'm looking at I've looked at 4 different Pheno profiles now, and none of them have any of his competitive stuff on there. So that's weird.
Some big early damage from Fram there, but his left side's also kind of his left side pretty weak there. So I don't know if Betfas will be able to continue to defend, but I definitely can see him defending out the rest of this game, but not with the misplayed archers like that. That's and then the Mega Minion.
Yeah.
Hey, Gigi with the Prime sub. Thank you, Gigi. You know what? I promise you right now, every single dollar of your Twitch Prime sub to this beautiful streaming page will be used on trail mix and or pizza. So thank you very much for your support. Do appreciate it.
Pizza's definitely a good thing to spend your money on.
Well, I tell everyone, any subs or donos that people put into the channel, I promise absolutely zero of that money will go back into the channel or into the community. It will all go to me for fun purposes and snacks. And then I'll use my own money to fund tournaments and support the community. I will not use your money for that. Your money will go to help me, and then I'll do stuff for the community on my own.
That's fair.
Yeah, true. Super big promise right there that I'll make everything. Dragon Champions notification.
So, Rich, where do you think the best pizza is from?
Like what city or state?
Yeah. There's one answer.
Yeah, well, you're from Long Island, so you're gonna say somewhere. Yeah. By the way, it's not an island. It's a guyland. If you ever talk to anyone from Long Island, Long Island.
Listen, Long Island, we all know has the best pizza.
Oh, specifically, better than Manhattan?
Yes. Because we get all the Italians.
There are a lot of Italians there. That's true. I'm pretty sure best pizza is probably Japanese. I'm guessing they do everything they do is the best.
I wouldn't be surprised. I
yeah, right. If you were in Japan, you're like, why is this the best pizza? What is happening? Let's see. Heal Spirit comes on in. Final minute triple elixir, and this is actually pretty close here in the end. We'll go ahead and dial in for triple, and I think that'll be the plan today, guys. Is we'll have fun throughout these matches, and if it gets close, if we see that it starts getting closer, getting feisty, or we get in the triple, then we'll focus up for those big moments.
Yes.
Death damage in. Is Bomb Tower back in cycle? Bar Barrel gets right there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking that Betfas honestly could. Ooh. 2 fireballs now. Don't think I'll be able to do it, but look at. Oh, this game is close.
That's a good high bomber. Will it stop these piggies though? Has to snowball. Has to snowball.
No, it doesn't have to.
Ooh, 264 balloon in. These zappies are being real annoying for Bet. Bet's played this deck a lot. You know, I kind of feel like anybody who's watching needs to be trying to snipe this deck specifically, because he's played this deck more than he's played Expo.
Minor?
Minor.
He does get the minor, but will he get caught? Does he catch them? Oh my god!
And the fireball in the air doesn't matter. Bet takes game number 1 here. Go over Framsito.
Not gonna lie, I called that. I felt like if Bet just had to get into the right cycle there, and he would have been able to pull that out, which he was able to do. That was a fun game.
Bet's been legit in this tournament, man. Bet's been super legit. I think he's top 5 on ladder right now.
Well, yeah, he's one of those. He's just an annoying Expo player. What country is he from? Do you know?
It says it when we come back to the screen. It'll say it.
I think it was Mexico, possibly.
Well, Mexico is one of the top countries overall for ladder. Tony says I'm sleeping. Well, good sleep. Hey Chuck. Hey Pedro, and hey Chi-Town. Gino over on the Trovo side. What's up, everybody? Thanks for joining. Hope you're enjoying this wonderful Wednesday. Let me go. I'm going to ladder leaderboards right now. Bet is number 1 on ladder right now, actually. So
Oh, that's it.
yeah, that's it. He just overtook it from Cody Go. Right now, top 5 on ladder are Bet, Cody Go, Denacito, MB Chile, and Remy Eli.
I think Chile is Wero.
Is that Wero, really? He's playing Ram Rider, so it's not unlikely that it's Wero. Hey, Metro, thank you very much for the follow there, brother. I do appreciate it. Expo's the band for Fram.
Wero is just he's just unreal.
Yeah, he's so good.
At Bridge. Like he genuinely I think he's the only player in the world who legitimately plays a deck to perfection.
Yeah, Wero is.
Oh, Chile's Mugi.
Chile's Mugi.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, that account's bounced around between those two players.
That explains some things.
Yeah, that explains why it's always top 5.
Also wondering why it's not getting banned when one of the players who plays it is in Mexico, the other one is in Japan. So how is that account not? What kind of high-powered VPN is someone using to avoid the ban hammer on that one?
He's a businessman. He's always traveling, you know.
Fair enough. There you go. He
regularly.
regularly.
One of the account owners sends their tablet to his pushers for them to play on.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, he's that committed to having his name on the Clash Royale leaderboard.
Sure. Sure. There you go. Weird choice.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things you can spend your money on, but that's just one of those things that I wouldn't expect. I don't think I would ever send my device to someone for making my name on a virtual leaderboard.
Yeah,
for
well,
1
just
month.
make sure you clear out. Make sure you clear out your email logins and don't give them your Twitter and delete all the photos you shouldn't have on there anyway. Please, Mr. Slayton, upload every Mo's next BO3 and BO5. I'm just going to upload this whole video from today is going to go onto YouTube. I'm not going to whatchamacallit. I'm not going to monetize it because we've talked about too many things that are non-monetizable, unfortunately. So
That was
hopefully,
only like one match.
hopefully this isn't the 100,000 view video. Hopefully this isn't the one. Oops. Are 3 people casting? Sounds like 3 voices. Well, I'm like 7 voices, Chuck. So,
I keep switching positions. Maybe my voice is changing. Who knows?
Might be it too. Let's see. Winner of this match will not play for 3rd place. I'll show you guys the bracket after this one. Winner for this match. Winner for this match plays for the chance to play for 3rd place. Because we're down to the top 8 right now. That's the story at the moment. And this bowler GY.
I think it's less card than Mortar.
And this bowler GY deck? Or are you talking about from Fram?
Good.
From Fram, yeah.
Yeah, Betfas has Baby Dragon, Freeze, NATO.
Thanos, how are you? Thanks for joining. Imagine best NA is me. Imagine, what if I'm best NA and I've just been like playing that I'm trash this whole time? What do you guys think? Is that possible?
It's been a cover up.
Has it been a cover? Yeah, more. Yeah, it would be super filthy. That's why I was confused. I was like, wait, what? Hey, thank you, Abwert, for the follow. Do appreciate it. Very nice. Thoughts on C. McHugh? He's a human being from North America who played Clash Royale competitively and now plays a lot of Fortnite. There's my thoughts on C. McHugh.
Yeah, he plays more COD now.
He's playing COD these days? All right.
Yeah, he's been good at COD. He plays Fortnite on a controller because he's always been good at COD. So.
Yeah, and if you play Fortnite on controller, that's no bueno in my opinion.
Why not?
It makes it so much like I think it hampers you from a building perspective like crazy to play Fortnite on controller versus mouse and PC. That's
Not anymore, to be honest. They're like literally like the same level.
Did they change how you build on controller or something?
They're just so like cracked.
Hey,
They're
Julesy, thanks for the host there with those solid 15s. Julesy, one of the top Brits He's British, right?
I just nice. I didn't realize the guy who said thoughts to see McHugh, that's his brother. He wants me to play. They want me to play 8s right now with them in COD. I said I was casting.
Oh, that's funny.
Nice, Matt.
Well, there you go. Let's see. Not sure if SNA is good with other decks, but he's definitely one of the best. He's definitely one of the best Expo players. Sure. Yeah, Julesy OP for sure. I actually really enjoyed Julesy's appearance on CWA. That's one of those. I think I don't know if Jules is here. Are you here, Julesy? Or did you go to sleep already?
Julie's one of my favorite people in the world. He's so funny.
He was funny, but I remember. I think I actually might have DM'd him after his CWA and told him how much I enjoyed it. I'm trying to remember if that was him or if that was somebody else. But I think it was Jules.
I can't believe Colin's brother came and said that's CBQ. That was just so funny. I didn't realize who it was, or I didn't read who said it. Oh, Julesy is here. Hi, love.
Hey, Jules, are you the one that did I DM you after your CWA and tell you that I liked it? Was that you? I don't remember. Do you think the jump from mobile gamer to PC gamer is possible? I don't know if it's a jump. It's just, I mean, I guess it is a jump. Is the jump from PC gamer to mobile gamer possible? You know what I mean? Like how many of those PC dorks could handle it in the CRL arena? You know what I mean? How many of them? None. They're too addicted to the tactile feel of knowing where their buttons are. The wimps. They can't deal with a flat screen where they just have to actually pay attention to what they're doing. They can't do that. They got no skills. Those PC losers thinking they can come over and try to aim. You're trying to aim in Brawl Stars, but you can't feel where your aim stick is. Good luck. Good luck. Also, the PC guys, they're all mouse and their thumbs don't even work because they're all mouse keyboard guys. They literally this works and this works. They have claws for hands. PC gamers, pff, get out of here. Get out of here with it. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this tomfoolery. Did someone win, by the way, that last match? What happened? Oh no, we're still in the same. We're still going to game number 3 of Bet versus Fram.
Fram destroyed him.
And there you go. It's Cementerio, the Graveyard, and Expo are the bands here for this one.
Hanky Monkey said 0 players just play Among Us for 8 hours a day. That's very true.
Yeah, basically. But I did go and play in a number of the CRL player or Clash Royale player servers for Among Us, and it was too, you can blame me for being tryhard. It was too I remember playing with all the Brits and Hazard and that whole crew. There's a Discord with a bunch of those guys. Julesy's in there too, I think. Thunder's in there, Buff's in there, a bunch of those guys. It's too analytical. Everyone's talking about your pathing and really memorizing everything that you do, and they're taking CR level of analysis and applying it to the silly run around the spaceship and stab each other game. And I'm just you know what? I'm gonna go play Apex and shoot things. I don't have time for a room of 9 Sherlock Holmeses to break down every aspect of what I did and didn't do.
Yeah, Clash Royale people are pretty good at Among Us just because we have very analytical brains.
Yeah, no, I want to play with jocks. Give me a bunch of. Did you just call Among Us the silly spaceship game? Of course I did. Of course I did. There we go. Let's go jump into game number 3 of Bet versus Fram. This is not a game. Julie's, it's a lifestyle. I get it.
Yeah, Julie's definitely one of the worst in the Discord, though, not gonna lie.
You know what? I got salty, and I haven't been there in a while because I had a performance that clearly should have upgraded me on the list from D to C tier, and I didn't get, and no one upgraded me. And even everyone in the call agreed that I should be C tier after that round, and no one upgraded me.
That tier list was just so stupid.
I'm very upset about it. Honestly, I lost sleep over it. I might have lost hair over it. Stress ate over it.
Among Us is fun depending on who you play with. There's 3 people who I'll just, to avoid conflict, they will remain unnamed. But if you play with certain people in that Discord, they just ruin the experience and just make it just so unfun.
I DM'd you.
Let's see.
Let's see. Bowler to the left.
Oh. No, he hasn't even played.
All right, all right. Here we go. Lumberjack to the right-hand side. What did they improve about this? What did they improve about CW2 in the new update?
Yes, Josie. Josie put it in chat.
Very funny. That is one thing I actually noticed was that people just try to eliminate Ganon first every single game, it seems.
Yep.
It seemed like he was voted off, like even if he was clearly not the imposter. So
He's just mean to people, so people just throw everyone just throws right back at him.
that's fun. Let's see. The new clan chat is a lot better for all people. It's easier to read, that's for sure. I didn't mind the other one, but this one's pretty good. They fixed some of the they added some new modes. They fixed some of the way that the matchmaking is done. Not all of it, but some of it.
Oh, I love this chat.
Hey, Elite Pharmacist, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Rich, can a team adjust their roster before Worlds? Shadow Kratos, I don't believe they can. I don't think you can. Hold on. Need to respond. Mrs. Slayton's asking me something. Go ahead. Hey, carry this for a minute here, Dip.
All right. Well, looks like we just got the Loon versus Loon. I would say Framsito's probably got the better matchup. It's a nice. It's gonna activate King Tower. Not gonna hit. Pretty well played. But with the Bomb Tower NATO and the Miner from Fram, I think this should be, and the Giant Skeleton, I think it should be an all-around pretty good matchup. Betfas and Inferno Dragon will be obviously pretty hard to get through, but I think just the Giant Skeleton and the Bomb Tower and the Miner, just to allow that extra bit of damage, is just going to be the big difference maker for Fram in this matchup. It's a unique tornado, I should say.
No,
But
Balloon not going to get there. Oh yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
I think-
I'm going to answer this text.
this game seems pretty free for Framsito at this point. I would be very surprised if Fram lost this. I just don't think there's much that Betfass can do. Like, he can build up the biggest push in the world, but guess what? He's got a Giant Skeleton. So that's that'll be too of little prevail. And yeah, you see that bomb tower placement is so fun. And then the NATO into the Giant Skeleton bomb. Yeah, Fram, he has a good matchup, and he's playing it well, and those two combinations just lead to a pretty easy win. Yeah, no, one Pharmacist, that's yeah, though that bomb tower placement's just it looks so broken, but it's very consistent. It always works, but it definitely you always get, even if you're doing it, you still always get a little nervous because you just like you might always think there's gonna be that one time that it's just not gonna work, but it's consistent. Yeah, minor damage, death damage, even a barb hit. Yeah, this is just Betfass just has too bad of a matchup, and he's too deep in the trenches right now to come back. Yeah. Pyro, I'm coming for his job.
One second.
Yeah, Fram's just gonna keep on dropping defensive cards. Betfass, I don't know, he might try to push opposite lane, but that'll be too Fram's not even gonna play offense. He's just gonna keep on giant skeleton, however you might say that, and just gonna have the bomb clean up everything. Bowler, Inferno Dragon, 5 seconds, GG. Well played, Framsito.
All right, I'm back, I think, for the moment. I just, child care has to be taken care of, and strategizing with the missus over who will make sure that our son doesn't jump off a couch and break his neck or whatever it is that 2-year-olds do. So.
Imagine being an adult. Ugh.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Having responsibilities.
It's a whole thing that I do. It's a whole thing that I do. On the flip side, I get to decide what I want to do all the time. So, there's the other half of it. Sort of. Hold on. Just fixing that. There you go. There's your matchup. Data pretty heavily in favor of Fram, and, well, Fram won. So let's go take a look at the bracket now.
So now we're going to see JoseAntonio versus SMR Thomas. Winner of that plays Fram. Winner of that plays the loser of Mohammed and Adriel Jonathan.
Yep. So After this one, I believe we get into the BO5s, guys. I think that our semifinals on the winners' side are BO5s. I believe that Fram versus the winner of this will be BO5, and then we'll be into our final couple of matches there. So, going to jump into our next one here in just one moment. Let me go ahead and take a look at some chat. Watch out. Dip is coming for your job. Fine. Go for it. You can have my channel.
I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, go ahead and take it over. 2.9 is high skill, but high skill is no skill, says Sam. Cool.
And they're skillful in their own ways.
I think that it's interesting where like something is skillful for a minute, and then people figure out how to abuse it and make it really annoying, and then it becomes just suck. And like once someone cracks the code for that thing, and you're like, oh, just do this and do it this same way, and don't like mess up. That's what makes it turn into like this annoying thing.
It's funny because like obviously most people say that like cycle is the most skillful thing in the game, but like in my eyes, I in a lot of aspects find heavier decks to be more skillful because like cycle decks allow for mistakes in my eyes. That's how I've always viewed it. Like I think cycle decks, you know, like you don't get punished for playing 2 or 3. You can literally play 2 or 3 of your cards terribly and not get punished for it. But like a heavier deck, you make one mistake and it's game over.
Yeah, I think there's a very valid argument for that. A heavier deck, you can move more slowly and make fewer decisions, and you know you can take more time a lot of the time with whatever your positioning is going to be. But you get it wrong once, kablooey.
Yeah, a lot of pros think that like cycle decks are just not very skillful. Like people think that like obviously being like the best at 2.6 and the best at 2.9 is skillful, but like to run those decks at like a base level is like pretty easy. Same with like those RG cycle decks. Like that's why Ruben's gameplay is even more impressive to me, because like you see like Moogie and Kickslide and even like Air Surfer and Morton, who are all like such high skill and just incredible players, but then you look at like what they use and it's like all cycle decks. It doesn't take away from their skill. They're not bad, but it's like Ruben like so much just uses heavy decks and still plays it to perfection.
Yeah. Well, his deck pool is, you know, some people their deck pool is about as shallow as one that your kids wade in, and some people their deck pool no one's ever finding the bottom. And Ruben's one of those guys who it's like I think a Leviathan lives down there, with how deep his deck pool actually is.
Yeah, pretty much.
And there are some players where you're like, you could fill this thing with paint and I'd still see the bottom of this thing. Bowler GY.
It looks like the meta just took another shift in this tourney, and now we're just seeing Bowler freeze every game.
There it is. It is GY. Yeah.
Originally,
it's weird. You know, Andrew and I talk about sometimes. It's like how over the course of a day the meta will shift, right? Where like no one plays Hog Triple Spell for 2 hours, and then one person plays it, and then Hog Triple Spells in the next 6 games. It's a very weird zeitgeist of Clash Royale.
that's what like ladder's always been, at least old ladder. Like now ladder is just one tricking, but like back in the day when ladder was more / less skillful, because like people used to be versatile in ladder back in the day. Like the metas would literally shift every hour, depending on like who was high, what deck is good, and like it was so like ladder was so like intense back in the day, where like people would literally like find a new good deck and not use it until like the last like 2 hours of ladder, because like if you use it too early, it'll become meta and then it'll get countered.
So funny.
It was like, yeah, like I almost finished number 1 before. I was number 1 for like a week and a half, and then literally the last day, everyone switched their decks, and then I lost my last game, and yeah, not fun.
You lost your last game for number 1?
Oh no, I would have finished top 3, and then I lost, and then I was gonna win and sit and get top 3, and then I lost just full composure.
Yeah,
it was
the
last
tilt
hour.
is real.
I lost like every game in that last hour. I lost because my Ewiz was level 4 back when the legendaries were 1 through 5.
Oh, that was a time.
Yeah, I heard they fireballed my Ewiz, and then I lost.
Oh,
I
yeah.
won.
Who's commentating with me? Well, on the screen, as you can see when we go right over here. Look directly below Thomas or above my Twitter on the bottom left-hand side. That's Dip. Dip on the call. Throwing some extra stuff in here. We were commentating this relatively professionally and seriously, and then it all went off the rails, and since then we're just chilling. We might pick back up a little bit to the when we get into the whatchamacallit, the last couple of matches here, but for now we'll just sort of have some fun.
I need some more exciting matchups.
Thanos saying, Rich and Dip, remember during the Bren Chong Cup when we had that long conversation over which Marvel characters would best represent which cards? Ah, those are the good old days. Yeah, that was 2 months ago. But you could call it the good old days, I guess.
That feels like a long time ago. To me, at least.
I know the feeling.
Well,
And
I guess it's time to go. Oh, jeez. Oh.
oh, Thomas.
That hurts.
Oh, Thomas.
I guess having a kid, does your life go faster or slower now?
Both.
Fair enough.
But in general, everything seems so fast. In general,
Yeah, I
the older
guess.
you get, the more life starts to speed up. Like I remember in high school, where a week felt like, like as a kid, a week felt like a year, and in high school, a week felt like a month. And then in college age, when I was in my 20s, a week felt like a week, and now a week feels like a day. It's crazy.
This past month, this felt like a year for me. So yeah. So yeah, I guess I need to live up my golden years while I can. Essentially.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't what's the word for it? I'm trying to think of the exact word here that I'm trying to figure out. I don't over glamorize or that's not even the correct word here. Why am I having so much trouble finding it? Someone in chat will figure out the word I'm looking for. But I don't look back at high school and be like, oh, high school were the best days. I don't even look at college that way either. My 20s were really fun and really cool and really carefree, but also I had no money in my 20s. And also lots of uncertainty and oh, what's going to happen here, this way, and stuff like that. My 30s are less my early 30s were really exciting. My early 30s were working at the Comedy Store and, a lot of doing a lot of fun stuff that was pretty wild and pretty cool, and meeting a lot of my idols in comedy and performing on big stages and stuff like that. But my early 30s were really, really fun. But also, before I got the CRL job, again, still lots of uncertainty. What's the future going to be like? Lots of stress from that. So, and JoseAntonio wins it in 2. He's moving on. Easy win for him. So, my late 30s, on the one hand, are less day-to-day, exciting and wild and funny stories and stuff like that. On the flip side, the level of security that my life has is so much more, yeah, man, I'm having trouble finding the words for this one right now. But my future and my current life and my future have so much more security now than before.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow. Yeah, that's just how life is for me. I still feel I graduated high school a month ago, and I graduated nearly 4 years ago at this point. It's so crazy.
Well, you also I think that being in CRL maybe does add to a slight state of arrested development to a certain degree.
Yeah,
because you're not you're not forced to move on and go into a real hardcore career or go pursue a good degree or do a lot of stuff like that. So, same thing for me. If I doing stand up for 12 years or 10 or 12 years, or whatever, certain state of a little bit of that same thing.
Yeah, we've gone through 3 seasons of CRL. That just doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
At this point, I genuinely I remember the first time going to LA it was yesterday.
I do want to take a look at this bracket here for a moment. But I also the first week of CRL was also the first week of my son being born. Baby boy Slayton was born the week of rehearsals for CRL and AEU. So, kind of a lot of distance traveled. Let's see. So here we are to our final 6 players. Mao and Mohammed Going to play a best of 5 on one side of the winner's bracket, Adriel and Jonathan on the other side. The losers of those will play in the, and I believe, in the match that you see with those weird boxes in the bottom right. And then the winners will, of course, move on to play in the winner's bracket final.
Yeah, that one box on the right is confusing me because I don't see a box for loser of loser of Adriel Jonathan and loser of Malmo play, and then winner of Fram Jose play.
Yeah, no, it's not perfectly designed.
I think they're missing a box.
I think that they didn't design this perfectly.
I
think we should fight them. Go to Spain and fight Revel and Apache Moreno.
I'm going to the queso house.
Nice. Go to the queso house. Tell them that cheese is bad for your heart. Throw some vegetables at it. Get them to come outside. Go for, I think what you do is you lead with the jab, but then you snap with the left kick high. They won't see it coming. So boom, hit the jab, and then actually even feign low, and then boom, go upstairs to the left high kick. Don't do a switch kick on it and load up on it. Hit that snap, and I think he'll get it. That's my.
I'll bring my brother. He likes UFC. He wanted to be a professional fighter.
Why am I not shocked by that information that a member of your family does want to be a professional fighter? I don't know why that doesn't shock me. Let's see. Trovo's ability to run the stream for more than 10 seconds is why I have to go back and forth. I don't know what you mean, Alpha Moriarty, but okay. 2-minute break. Why is there a 2-minute break? Wait, after this cup is over, is that command useless? Well, we'll have to put a new bracket in. Yeah, for sure. We'll have to update
the break. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Have fun.
Thank you. I'll be safe.
Everybody, now that Dip is gone, everyone tell me what you think about his hair dye job. Was it a good choice to dye his long hair black? Was it a bad choice? Does he... Oh, man, I had the reference loaded up. The guy from the hardcore band, but who's kind of a jerk. What's his name? Shabazz, can I adopt you? How old are you, Shabazz? That's an important question. Are you potty trained? I don't want to go through potty training, to be honest. So if you're not toilet trained, then no. If you are, we can debate. When is Worlds? The first weekend of December. 4th, 5th, 6th, somewhere in there. Why is nobody from the U.S.? You mean in the tournament still? Because they lost a bunch. The ones who were in. Let's see. In this tournament. Yeah, some of them were in, some of them lost. Can you ask which deck is the easiest to get a 12 win, a Classic Challenge 12 win? Which one are you best with there, Thanos? That's the whole answer for it. That's the key. Let's see. I can live like an outside dog and just give me food once in a while. Cool, got it. You know what? Sold. You're in. Welcome, Shabazz, my new adopted child dog. And good luck. Good luck. I'll come say hi every once in a while. Take you for walks, I guess. But that's it. Is there going to be CRL 2021? Yes, there will be. I've said it many times here and on Twitter. There will be CRL 2021. Why are Fram and Antonio about each other? They should be playing semifinal losers from winners bracket. I don't know, man. I'm confused by this overall bracket. Here's the bracket. There you go. Because they lost biased commentary. Yeah, totally. I am so super biased, guys. Fram and JoseAntonio are not playing each other. I made a mistake on the way this looks. Boom. That was my mistake. They are not playing each other. Hold on. That makes more sense. There you go. Hold on. Wrong thing. There we go. That's what it should look like. I messed it up. Noticing a lack of Scottish players, I don't know who to pull for. Well, I'm not entirely sure who. Gotta go ahead and get myself all nice and locked up there. I'm not entirely sure who you could pull for at this point. I mean, if we take a look at it, if we look at this lineup, right? I think the closest thing to a good Scottish name might be Jonathan at this point. So I'd say go ahead and root for that one. Alternatively, you could just go ahead and say, not Scottish. I think everyone should go down. Let's go ahead and jump into Mohammed Light.
Is that Thunderstruck I hear?
No, my Scottish accent's much better than Thunderstruck's. Mohammed Light versus Mao. Here we go. Game number 1. I believe we're into the best of 5s now. Rich, you're my 4th favorite streamer because your name has 4 letters. That's weird. Use code RICH. It's easy to remember. How about that? Only 4 letters? Easiest code to remember, guys, besides OJ, which is much easier. Don't use code OJ. He has so much money already. Use code RICH.
Good point. You need to get a code at this point.
Yeah, why are you supporting the Yankees? Come out here and support a good little Moneyball team. I'm the Oakland A's.
Whoa, don't diss the Yankees. Don't forget who you're talking to.
Is Long Island is that Yankees territory, not Mets territory?
It's both.
Yeah. I feel like Italians tend to be Yankees fans and Jewish people tend to be Mets fans. Like, I know there are a lot of, and that's not fair because
I have the complete opposite opinion of that.
You think Italians are more Mets fans and Jews are more Yankee fans?
Yeah.
My wife's grandfather, he's from, I think it's from the Bronx or from Brooklyn. I can't remember which one, but yeah, they're Yankees fans. There are a lot of grandparents in my community that are Yankees fans. So I guess I even have the evidence that's the opposite way around.
The Bronx and Brooklyn are Yankee fans. Queens are Mets fans. And then Nassau County is more Mets fans, and like Suffolk County is more Yankee fans.
All right. Oh, and you know, we Jews are apparently all from the Bronx and Brooklyn, so there you go. Julian says, "Hello, Rich. How are you? I am well. How are you? We're discussing who likes the Yankees or Mets better, Italians or Jews."
Oh, here we go. Here's a fun deck that we haven't seen much today. This is this new balloon deck from Mo.
I've been running this deck in challenges, and I don't get it. That's the best way for me to describe it. I don't get it.
Remember I was describing the game before? The game is literally strictly defense right now. That deck is no exception.
Maybe that's my problem, is I've been trying to go too offensive with it in occasion, but it just seems like there's so many times where like I feel like I should be like, okay, so for example, according to the data, Sam on Trovo, what's up, man? Hey, CR7 guy, thanks for stopping by. Kratos, thanks for the compliment on the Scottish accent. It's so all the data says that this deck matches up really well against bait. I don't understand because it's so hard for you to deal with both the log, I mean with the goblins and with the princess, it seems.
Archers, E-barbs, they're all really good against barrels, snowball, heal spirit.
But you give up damage every time, though.
You just build big pressure in both lanes.
So you just know you're going to eat a bunch of damage, but hold on and build pressure.
Yeah, you just gotta chill out, essentially.
Yeah,
I was
playing some guy who was playing like log bait with Rocket and Inferno Tower, and I was having so much trouble. I think I might have won it actually, but I like barely won it. And I was like, I went to look at the matchup data, and I was like, oh, apparently I should have done a lot better in this matchup.
Yeah, I honestly haven't been playing the game much since this deck has become meta, so I couldn't tell you too much on how I'm gonna play it. But just from my opinion, I think it's just archers, like E-barbs. Like you can literally just build. You can do the same push in both lanes with archers, E-barbs, recruits, and then just play a balloon somewhere.
Bag coming through with some hot chat here. Rich, that's where the data isn't good. Because if 2 top players are playing it, then bait hard counters. Kid would have to be drunk to lose. So that's funny.
Yeah, I bet Princess could probably be really hard to deal with.
Princess, that's what I found was Princess was super annoying to deal with, and I gave up damage to barrel every time it came in pretty much, unless I super overspent. And that's why I was like, this matchup felt hard.
The matchup data, I feel like, it depends on the bait deck, but like I think Inferno Tower would probably be tough.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Especially with Knight and Inferno Tower, like they can defend everything.
Tio Rio saying who's on the call. Well, if you look at the screen here, on call down in the. It says it there, and also back on this screen it says it below Mohammed Light. Dip is on the call, and there you go. There's the data from this first one. And so this one has it pretty heavily for Light. Nice win for him. Inferno's easier to beat than Tesla because you can outcycle it, but you're playing such a heavy deck. It's a 3.9. I mean, maybe.
Okay.
Interesting.
I trust Bag's opinion.
Probably right.
He still plays the game.
Because if they overcommit and double, can still defend. Okay. Did Star Wars just show up? Hey, Light's gonna win this whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, Light's pretty darn good, dude. This is one of those ones where it's like, this almost feels like it should be called the Light Cup. Could he lose a BO5 at some point in this thing? He absolutely could. And Adriel could be the guy to do it if Adriel gets past Jonathan. And Jonathan, by the way, who's been really good today, too. Except for, like...
Jonathan's been... Yeah.
Except for he had one game that was suspect. But Jonathan, this tournament's been pretty darn good. JoseAntonio, too, has been good, but it feels like this should be called the Mohammed Light Cup.
Jonathan had his interesting graveyard game and then those sus bomb towers against the balloons.
Yeah, there was some suspect gameplay there. Waiting on the ban here. Archers, I think, are the ban from Mao, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you, Hampierre, for your follow, and also Rafo. Thank you for your follow. I appreciate both of them. The extra cost adds up, and it's way worse for recruits. It's like way worse. Oh, that makes sense. It's worse against recruits. That's what I was trying to do, is find ways to just get recruits across the board and pick up the Inferno Tower.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking. Like it wouldn't be terrible versus Inferno Tower, just because the fact that Inferno is really bad versus recruits. And Tesla, you know, Bag's making some good points.
He was doing a really good job of playing his princess low, like in front of King Tower, where I couldn't get to it at all. Because there's no way to get to it there with that. Like playing really low princesses, playing the Inferno Tower, and then logging shields off and getting the. I think he might have been playing a Valk version of it too, which made it really annoying. So I need to look. Actually, it might have been Knight. I can't remember. But the recruits, I felt like weren't doing as much in the matchup as I thought they would. What is it? Is it Raphael? Is that what it is? Raf? Reef? You should Inferno Dragon in the middle. I did a couple of times. I did. I'm trying to do that more when I'm playing against buildings. But that's a good piece of advice there, Bag. I just need to get good. That's not going to happen.
I would say his name's Raf. Or Raf. Is that not Raphael?
Well, it's the OU. Like, the OU makes no sense in his name.
Rafuel. I'm sticking with Rafuel.
Rap Howell. It's the P and the H aren't the F sound. It's Rap Howell. Rap Howell. That's what it is. There you go, Rap Howell. Nice to meet you.
Rapoof.
And if you have Loon that don't have building and play it, they rock it. +1. Good point. Hey, Julian, nice to see you. Thank you very much. You can't pronounce mine correct. Yo, Rumsu. That's how it's actually.
Oh, I read it before as Yori or Yoru, and then MCU was just like, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I like that. It's Yoro McU, actually. He's Irish. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one.
It seems his other brother. Chat now.
Which one's CMC's other brother?
No, the kid before, the guy Gillick said thoughts on Steve McHugh. So then Yoru McHugh.
I like it.
Yeah, there you go.
Rap How L4 U for you.
Oh.
Yep.
That makes sense.
You kind of need a PhD to understand these brackets. Dude, I feel you. I feel you, bro. These brackets are... as I look at them more, these brackets are nonsense. This was a weird bracket picture, but how do you... It's hard to put this into a bracket. Just go to the challenge bracket, and it's way easier to look at it that way. That is much better.
Yeah, I didn't go to college. I can't understand this.
I went to college, and I barely understand it.
Mao's running, I think, this new RG. I think this is RG. This deck has been very interesting to me. He's going to RG behind this giant skeleton, and this will be pretty tough for Mode to defend, I would say. Yeah,
I graduated with honors, and I don't understand these brackets, actually. I did.
Yeah, alright, sure you did.
I think I finished college with a 3.56 or something like that, or a 3.6 something.
Jesus.
had a 4.0 my first semester in college, and I was like, cool. I proved I can do that. I'm never doing that again. And then every quarter, my GPA would like go down by like 0.2. So I got a 4.0 first quarter, and then I got like a 3.85 the next quarter, and then like a 3.7 the next quarter, and so on and so forth. But and ended up graduating, yeah, above a 3.5 from the University of California at Santa Barbara. Is Mohammed like the same thing as Darklight?
How far?
Oh, go ahead.
How far is that from SAC?
Santa Barbara's like 6 hours from Sacramento.
Oh.
Santa Barbara is about, what part of LA was your guys' team house in for CRL?
Southern, near Santa Monica.
Near Santa Monica. So Santa Barbara is about 2 hours north, like 2 hours up the coast from where you guys were. Hour and a half, 2 hours from Santa Monica. So.
Yeah, Energy, we were in a... Oh,
That's
oh
a
my God.
nice little play there by Mao. Can that keep the save going? And it does. What a play by Mao. By Mo. Mao. Darn it.
Jesus. Oh my God, Mo's so good.
What a play. Clipping that, bro. That one is going in the archives. Of course, it has me saying the wrong person, but whatever. It's fine.
Mo is just simply better.
Yeah.
That's literally it.
Yeah,
he's just better.
He's he should play more Clash Royale, I think. Maybe even for a professional team in CRL East.
I'm excited to see like his future of Clash Royale because I expect him to win whatever he plays in, or at least do well.
Yeah, I think that 2021 has a very good chance of being a good year for Mo. For Light. People got me saying Mo, and I say Light, and now I can't do anything.
I saw Drew commented on one of Eric posted a video on like his thoughts of 2020. I don't understand it, or on his thoughts like the future of CR. I didn't understand it. I guess Drew got a translator or something, or he speaks Spanish. And Drew said that there's like a lot of things that we don't know about yet that is going to be announced in December of in 2021. I think winter or spring or whatever. So I'm excited for that because I personally trust Drew.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm very curious to see what's to come.
Well, I will tell you guys this. I am casting CRL in 2021. I will tell you that. So I don't have a lot more information, and the information I have, I am not sharing beyond that.
Yeah.
When there's official information, but I will give you this much. I am casting CRL in 2021.
When Supercell tweets stuff, I'll say stuff.
There you go.
that's where I'm at. Like I don't even know if I want to. I don't know what my future holds in CR, but I still don't want to like have bad blood with Supercell.
Yeah, I agree. I agree fully. Oh man. So this is the thing about Light, right? Is
oh no,
exactly.
Is that what you were laughing? I just looked in the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
look.
No.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I think this matchup is bad though. Possibly.
Yeah,
Possibly not.
But Mo not Mao, Mao not Mo. Light is playing it. Yeah, that's why. No, he's. I'm not saying Mo anymore for Mohammed Light. I'm saying Light. And we'll say Mao for Mao, because otherwise Mo, Mao, Mao, Mo is too confusing. I got confused saying who was what in the last game. Shadow Kratos saying, let a CRL West team sign him. I mean, it actually made sense for Light to be in CRL East because Egypt is pretty far east.
Well, he would have been in West, but East just signed him. Like
Before Western team good?
Yeah. I think we would have gotten him if we had the chance to. Oh, we could have had air. We would have had air. We probably would have gotten Capgun and Mohammed if Mo didn't get picked up. And then just had the Egyptian duo and then the American duo, and I've gone with that. That would have been a good team.
Who would have been your 2v2? Cap and Mo?
We would have figured, well, whoever we just decided was better.
Yeah.
Like,
so Capgun, you guys didn't sign Capgun because you guys didn't get Mohammed Light.
No, just from like our tryout. I think Bob likes playing 2v2s with Schwarzen better, but that just didn't work out anyway.
Fair enough. Yeah, it did not work out maybe that way you'd hoped in that way. Yoru McHugh saying Light needs to write Mao's name on his death note to win this matchup. That's funny. I don't know, maybe he did though. He might have done exactly that. He might have done exactly that.
Ooh, maybe not. Nope. I think it's still bad.
I mean, yes, but you know what I mean? Yes, but
It's E-Golem.
yeah, exactly.
It's never over until the game is legitimately over.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think it's over until you've killed 2 of your opponent's towers if you're against Eagle. Like, you almost have to 3 crown just to guarantee that you have it. In fact, if there's a 4th crown, you better go kill that, take that one too.
You gotta win the next game as well.
Final minute coming. Hey, Irish Door, thanks for stopping by, brother. Good seeing you as well. Hopefully we get another one of these tournaments going pretty soon. I think I'm going to be pretty busy between now and World Finals. So hopefully I see you before or after World Finals.
I'm always on the cast. Casting's fun. It's my only way to stay in the community at this point. Because I'm not playing anymore. And my Analyze League days are over. I've like actually telling people what decks to use.
What if they pay you a lot of money?
I don't. Well, like I'm not gonna be good anymore because I don't. Well, the only thing that because being a player is the only thing that like kept me good as an analyst because I was like playing the game and I was like a part of it. So like that's why like I didn't even help with decks this season for our team because I just couldn't do it anymore. I just like wasn't good at it because like getting kicked off the team as a player, it just like I just like didn't play the game enough to actually like know anything.
Fair enough.
Yeah, me getting kicked off was pretty unfortunate because then our 2v2 just went to shambles.
What happened to your 2v2? It wasn't good?
Well, yeah. I realized the sarcasm. It took me a second.
Yeah. Yeah, it was...
Well, like, Wings and Air Server could have been good if they just played from the start. Because they were good together. Like, they lost so many games by just, like, the smallest margin.
Yeah, that's true. They did lose. There was lots of that was very, very close. That's certainly accurate. But I don't know if that left your team with enough firepower and head-to-head to get it done.
Oh, yeah, it didn't. That was the other
Who's
show.
on call, XF? That would be the one, the only, the great George, a.k.a. Dippets, hanging out.
Schwarzen was good. He needed more time in CRL to be able to do the position like that we put him in efficiently. Like, we put him in a very hard position just because our 2v2s doesn't work out.
Yes. Yeah, that's very true. And, you know, you and I have talked about it a little bit, but you mentioned on this before that Wings wasn't super grinding. And, you know, then it meant that what should have been a fairly powerful King of the Hill lineup wasn't as powerful as it should have been.
Yeah, so much went wrong so fast. It was unlucky.
Let's see. Imagine SK had Light instead of Sergio Ramos. That would be insane. I mean, Light's a good addition to any team. I think that's fairly obvious. Let's see.
I don't know, having like another. I feel like SK, like no offense to Sergio, I feel like they're better off with just 3 people. I feel like having like another person would just lead to like conflict of interest or whatever.
Yeah, I think that their commitment and workload, like there really is no reason for a 4th on that team, right? Like you're never going to stop doing Sam and Morton for 2v2, and Javi's going to be your 1v1 set guy, and Javi doesn't want to be benched for 1v1. He doesn't like he's the right guy in 1v1. People can say whatever they want. Until Javi says that he doesn't want to play, I'm putting Javi in 1v1 forever, right?
Yeah, it's not an insult to say that Mo is probably definitely better than Javi, but like that's still like Javi has no reason to get benched with like the performance he's put up over the years.
Mo might be better than Javi, but I think that you can't account for. I think there are a lot of players who are on paper. You look at like their skill, whatever it might be, are better than Javi. But then how many of those guys can do what he's done
Exactly.
on a live stage in CRL, right? Like you might be better. Like if we're playing 100 games from you on your couch, you might be better than Javi. But if we're talking about like playing the game under pressure, under the pressure of CRL, I think that there's some players who get a buff under the light, some players get a nerf. He gets a huge buff, and a lot of players get a pretty big nerf.
Yeah, Mo did. He had a good showing, but it's just like, you wouldn't sign him to play him over Javi. Like you would never sign someone just to put them over Javi.
No, it'd be
like,
silly. No, Javi has. I think I'll go ahead and pull some stats up on this one. I think Javi has
second most king. He's the second most King of the Hill wins.
He's
behind
way
Wings.
up there on King of the Hill, and also like in terms of 1v1, what he's done is insane.
He's made every World Finals.
Made every World Finals. That's very true. And sometimes under severe duress. Like I can't even what he did with Vivo Keed is insane.
Granted, the Latin American competition wasn't on par with West. It was
Yeah, but
EU. It was still ridiculous.
The one thing I wish everyone had been able to see is Javi's performance during the seeding tournament at World Finals in Tokyo. Like, Andrew and I walked out of there because we didn't know who Javi was. We didn't really watch CRL Latin America that season. We didn't really know who Javi was. And what he did at the seeding tournament for World Finals, we were like, oh my god, this kid is amazing. Like, he was the standout breakout star for us. And that was before a single game of the actual World Finals even played.
Yeah, most of me and my friends, we all thought he was just like some terrible player from SLO and blah blah blah, and just never had a chance.
He was a mid-tier player in SLO. That's absolutely accurate.
No, a low-tier player from SLO.
Whatever EK and Allen did with him to get him tuned up, like they helped him turn into a world-class player. They absolutely did. I have no question about that.
I think Javi just played all day, every single day. Because I remember that was obviously I was in CRL then, and I practiced with Javi a bit as well. Like he was literally practicing 24/7. There was never a time of day where he wasn't actively playing the game.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
So
let's put this in context for players among the West. Javi has the most wins in 1v1 games of anybody at 39. Next closest is Pedro at 35.
the 1v1 set.
In the 1v1 set, he has more wins than anybody, and also more sets won. 17 wins in the 17 1v1 set wins compared to 14 for Pedro's the next, and then TNT at 14. I mean, out of the West, because 1v1 got made last, that changed things a bit, but he was in the West for that, right? So you look at that. Oh, this is gonna be GG, well played. Jonathan takes game one. Javi has more sets won in 1v1 career than anybody in the West, more games won in 1v1 than anyone in the West. As far as King of the Hill goes, he's number 2 on all-time, number 3 on all-time wins, behind Wings and Canario and King of the Hill. He's tied for most King of the Hill sweeps at 6 with Wings. They're the only 2 players that have 6 King of the Hill sweeps in their career. Javi's overall win rate is 60% in 144 games played in CRL. So people can say whatever the heck they want, and they can say that this person's better than him, or this person's better than him, or whatever it might be. The numbers don't lie, and then also you think about the moves he did in. I made that. Oh, this is the. I need to take a picture of this. This is the Wall Breakers deck that I want to play right now. So I put some other deck in my account, but it didn't have NATO, and I was like, that's not the one I want. I want the one I love Magic Archer and NATO together. I think they're fun.
Yeah, they're good. They're a fun combo.
So the numbers themselves, I think, when it comes to Javi, tell the story, right? That he's he's a leader in all the categories that are relevant for him. And so I think people ignore that for some really weird, I don't understand reason. And maybe it's because he wasn't able to carry, he and Faye couldn't carry Fnatic over the hump in the spring season of 2019, or because they didn't watch CRL Latin America. They for some reason forget how good SK was in 2019 from the fall split with him, and that he was like he's what helped make the difference for SK to get over the hump and win a championship. And they forget how good he's been this season in the fall. It's really, really weird, the disconnect, and I think part of it's because he's not a big time ladder player. Like, you never see Javi's name anywhere on the ladder tier list because he doesn't push ladder. I think that's like 95.
It's nuts. Yeah, he is on ladder. It's just not his name.
Interesting.
And Javi does very well on ladder.
DM me, please. DM me, please, because I did not have that information. But he's not publicly known. His name is never on ladder, right? So like a lot of people don't really know about him that way. But you add in all those things, right? And then you add in the move, like the things he does under high pressure situations. Say what you want to say about it. Say that like a minor pull on a Pekka to the opposite lane isn't like an amazing move. It's just like a cool. It's like cool, but everyone who plays minor, whatever, giant minor or minor MK, whatever, does that. To do it against Air Surfer in the situation he did, and he's pulled moves like that repeatedly, where you're like, these are some of the best highlights of gameplay you've ever seen in CRL, and he did it live on stage against world-class competition. I just put all that together, and to me, I think Javi is like weirdly underrated by the community.
Javi just has ice in his veins.
Boom. All right, a monkey with the follow. Thank you very much. What is the ban? Adriel bans NATO. And here we go, jumping into our next game. I don't know if he pushed during the 8700 season. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, PBs are like the best way to show skill. I don't bag. Do you know what his highest finish is? I know he's like always high end of season. I just don't know if he ever actually finishes high.
Does Adriel push ladder?
Not that I know of.
Oh, but Javi does have a top 10 finish.
Yeah, Bag, you know his account the last like 3 seasons, right? I hate to. Let's just not talk about this on here. I feel like we should just like say stuff that we can't tell chat.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, you guys have that on your own. Best finish for Adriel's number 30. Okay, good to know. Let's see.
Oh, Adriel? Okay, cool.
Blah 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 blah. Because SK is a dream team, like both their TV. That's I think also the fact that like that Sam and Morton are so good. I think it maybe overshadows how good Javi is too. That might be the case as well.
Yeah, like Javi is a superstar. He's just not for his team. Because like, it's a team of superstars.
Yeah, it's a team of superstars. Yeah, it's an insane all-star team. But like, I think people forget like, okay, so put it in context, right? SK could have easily lost to Queso during the regular season, and they didn't because Javi. Because for somehow Javi has Ruben's number. Like you saw, like if you watch that game back, look at the looks on Ruben's face during that gameplay. Like, yeah, I don't know. I like Javi a lot. I'm a huge fan of his. I'm a huge fan of his gameplay, and I like his mentality a lot. So, as you guys might have guessed. Is this? I feel like
Javi's just a good person as well.
Very true.
He's hilarious. I play Rocket League with him a bit now. That's like that's when I talk to him. I just love the kid. He's just a nice person to talk to.
Oh, this looks pretty dangerous because that flying machine gonna get a lot of damage on the right. Wow, this is working on the left-hand side, and that machine does go down, but. Barb skellies to that right-hand side. That's a lot of 9 elixir to be spent there for not a whole lot of value.
Yeah, I don't know. This game is... Jonathan can just keep putting a pressure, and I'm not sure... No, that push just wasn't... That wasn't it. I don't... That's
All
a good lava. Good poison. If he keeps the musk alive, he's in a good spot. Okay, good arrows. And now he just Mega Minions. Okay.
Yeah, he had to do that. He had to bar barrel that side, though.
I know.
He had to bar barrel that side. Man, this is crazy.
Oh.
Jonathan's doing a great job of holding on. Like this is not easy what he's doing right now.
No,
And the decision-making process is really hard for him too. Like,
Okay,
like
no,
I said,
totally.
he had to bar barrel on that side.
Yeah.
But it wasn't easy to do. If he can bomb tower here, he has to bomb tower though. Right, because he can't beat out this damage. Can he beat out this damage? That miner goes down. Oh no, the barb comes in. Man.
That was a good game from John.
Yeah.
That was a good game from Jonathan.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of those ones where like you see a guy lose well.
Lose well, yeah.
Definitely watched him lose well in that one. Red Fox, thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate that one. And you see that matchup is like, I mean that data is like way too small of a data pool, but I mean Snowball, Mega Minion, Musk, Bomb Tower, and Poison. Still seems like it's a hard one though. Yeah, the GYs were rough, but the GYs were rough there, but the defense was solid. Javi is at, let's see, Alpha Moriarty saying, yeah, they're 2v2 dominance overshadows Javi. Javi's at 50%, but clutches when he needs to. Him more number 2 and number 4 for win rate. Yeah, but a lot of that is because of how good they've been in 2v2 in particular. Let's see. Seems crazy we're still in the same tournament.
Yeah, I didn't realize how long this was going, but it's fine. I don't mind.
Well, Mrs. Slayton is like, when are you done with this? Can you be done with this? Because it's been, most of this tournament I've like cast like 1 or 2 days a week, most of it, and like ended some of the streams early because I was like, I don't need to stick around to the end. It's just the whatever. But I'm
The finals.
It's the finals, man. You know what I'm saying? This is the big ticket item. There's $1,600 on the line. That's a lot of dollars. Do you know how many?
Yeah, she's gotta understand.
How many frozen burritos you could buy for $1,600? You could live. You could buy enough bad freezer food to live for 2 or more years with $1,600.
I love frozen burritos.
I know what you mean. They're terrible, and I still love them.
Yeah, they really are. They explode half the time in the microwave.
Yeah. No, they're not good. Nothing about them is good, but I love them. You know what I mean? And I know good burritos. I know good burritos, bro. Don Carlos Tacos down in San Diego, La Jolla, California. Get that.
Yeah,
California
I know good burritos
style.
too. I go to Chipotle. Oof.
Oh my god. Oh, Danzig. That's who you look like with your black hair. That's it now. It took me a while to get there. Danzig. 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 Put your foot down, Slayton. Spell my name right, Epic. How about that?
Oof.
Bag what deck should a beginner use to get good on ladder? Battle Ram. Got it. Yeah, that's who you look like with your black hair now.
Jesus.
Well, you dyed your long hair black, dude. You made a choice and you went with it.
I think it's more of like a Tom Hiddleston, like Loki type of vibe.
Tom Hiddleston, that's what you're going with.
Yeah, that's what I got from it.
Chat. Go to Dip's Twitter page. Follow him on Twitter. @George_CR_.
Well, that picture was like wet hair. That wasn't like.
Go look at his picture. Then Google Tom Hiddleston, and then Google Danzig, and everyone come back here and weigh in on which one Dip's new hair looks more like.
I don't look like Tom Hiddleston, but I'm saying my hair looks like Loki's hair.
I'm just saying. I think I nailed it. I think I absolutely crushed it. Light has to win this. Says Shadow Kratos. Oh, you're like rooting for him. You're invested emotionally. I get it now. I support your emotional investment. Matchup is rough for Adriel, says 0 in the chat. Yes, Loki from Thor equals Tom Hiddleston. That is correct. Yeah, look up Loki from Thor, then look up Danzig, the singer from like whatever punk band that is, and then look at the pictures of Dip's hair, and then weigh in.
Aggressive. He looks so aggressive to me.
You look more aggressive than you are.
Do I?
Yeah, like if just like a picture of you frowning looks relatively aggressive.
All right. I'll take it.
Look, Danzig's kind of jacked though, bro. So maybe you should take that into account.
All right, yeah, because I'm jacked.
That's right. Dip's hair is a bit shorter. That's true. Danzig rocks.
We'll get there. I'm too lazy to get a haircut. I feel like I can't, like, when I'm older, I'm not going to be able to ever grow it out. So this is just, like, the only time in my life where I'm going to be able to grow my hair out.
I always wanted to dye my hair like a really funky color, like a shocking blue or something, and I think I missed that boat at 36.
Well, yeah, 'cause, like, now that you're in your 30s and you have a kid, I don't think dyeing your hair blue would be the right play.
Now that I'm 30s, have a kid, and, like, am a professional broadcaster who has to look professional on camera. Like, people already, like, make so many comments about my eyes looking blasted out because I'm so exhausted all the time. I don't need to add,
That's what
like,
I always say.
I don't need to add, like, blue hair on top of that, too.
We always have CRL viewing parties, and everyone's always like, "Oh my God, Rich is blasted." I'm like, "Dude, he is a kid." I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm always defending you. I'm like, he literally is a child, like a young child.
Yeah. I hold 4 jobs in esports and have a 2-year-old child. I dare you to have your eyes look clear with that lifestyle.
I don't care how many eye drops you use. You're not gonna look.
Yeah. I actually bought like some super extra strength eye drops recently. I think my eyes have looked better the last 2 broadcasts. I think they have. But, you know, who knows? Jess asking, Rich and Dip, do you think Benny and Kuchi 2v2 are getting better in playoffs? Or was it just their opponents are not in form? I'll let you take one
terrible.
first. Yeah.
Cream played terrible. Belly, like, even, like, admitted to it. He told you, like, I was talking to him after the game. He's like, they played awful. They didn't deserve to win. Because, like, they literally sniped them and they lost.
And then
so
there's that. But I do think this was the first relatively mistake-free 2v2 I've seen from Kuchi and Benny all season.
Kuchi and Benny, like, regardless of what they're still good under pressure.
Unless you're talking about playing Royal Giant.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong. This is a lot of fireball value there. Is Jonathan going to get back around to it and just clean all this out? Oh, boy. Oh, my God. No, I thought he was going to get it. I thought he was going to get it. That would have been a fun one if he did get it, but he didn't get it done. Oh, well. Yeah, Kuchi and Benny, I think they played like, I think really what it comes down to is they've made a lot of mistakes this season during 2v2, like a lot of double drops, a lot of like weird placements, a lot of like just a lot of bad like gameplay decisions, not just like, not micro, but like overall bad choices during the game. And they played relatively mistake-free during playoffs, and their opponents didn't. So a bit of both, I think, is the answer to that question, Jess. I feel like
they've genuinely just been playing better in playoffs. Simple as that.
Sam saying, I feel like nothing hard counters lava except for a deck with 6 air counters. Dip, feelings on lava.
Like, wait, 2v2 or 1v1?
1v1.
I don't... it's so weird right now. There's a lot of Hunter.
There's a lot of Hunter. You know what's funny is I probably could have maxed my Lava Hound like a year ago, but I just never wanted to play it, so I like traded away all of my Lava Hounds. And now I'm like, oh, I should play Lava, because that's what dum-dums play. And I can't play it on ladder. So
Lava is kind of a deck right now that's like, good players usually beat it. I guess that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, someone in chat, who said this? Someone in chat said it earlier, that you should play Lava, and because noob, yeah, Backstabber said play Lava to learn because noobs don't know how to defend it. Yeah, Lava's great if you're playing against like mediocre players. Bar Putt GY still exists. Yeah. Ugh. 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 Kuchi and Benny to get better, but we'll know how far they come against SK.
Yes.
SK really should not lose that. Really should not lose that 2v2.
Yes to that as well.
Yes to that as well. So Ajo should be using lava right now. Cheesecake with the little bit of, you know, shade being thrown there in the cheesy chat.
Chill out, Cheesecake.
Come on, Cheesecake. Huh?
Cheesecake is just salty because he's in the same tier as Rich and Among Us.
That's fair. If SK loses 2v2, they probably lose the match. I'd say that. I would say that. I think that if SK loses 2v2, it suddenly becomes like at least 55-45 queso, if not 60-40 queso. Dip, do you agree with me, disagree with me there?
So if Queso wins 2v2...
If queso wins 2v2, what are their chances of winning the match at that point?
Still 50-50.
Still 50-50 at that point.
Yes. SK guys are clutch.
Yeah. But even 50-50 with a side advantage is kind of crazy. Right? Because Javi tends to have Ruben's number, but that still feels like a 50-50 matchup. Maybe some advantage to Javi, just because if for some reason he has a read on Ruben really well.
I just believe in SK.
Yeah, I feel like JP and Sam is a really close matchup. It just depends on like which version of either one shows up that day. Because they're both like, I think Sam is better than JP. I don't think Sam's better than JP. But
yes.
like Sam can have a bad day and JP can have a good day, and I've seen both of those things happen.
Yeah.
And then Morton and Ruben is just crazy. Like, if you say you know who's going to win that one, I ask you to reveal your face as the devil, because somehow you know the future. Let's see. Imagine Benny and Kuchi go 3-0 in playoffs and 2v2, but 2-6 in the regular season. It'd be crazy. It'd be super crazy.
I wouldn't mind seeing it happen either. I will see it happen. That's just good Clash Royale right there.
Yeah, 42 saying if SK uses 2v2, they probably lose the match. If SK loses 2v2, that makes things real dicey, in my opinion. Makes things real dicey.
It's not making their lives easier.
If SK loses 2v2, it's not impossible. I'm not saying that it's likely. It's not impossible for them to lose it in 3 sets.
Yeah, that's also very true.
I guess I could go both directions. It's such a hard game. It's such a hard game.
Because then, like, I could also see it going, like, even if they lose the 2v2, I could then see it just going to King of the Hill or something.
They could, I mean, it could lose 2v2, and they could go. Then SK could win all three 1v1s pretty easily.
They could lose all 3. They could lose both 1v1s. Like, yeah, it's literally. I think it's a thing
So
that
nice.
anything can happen. I just trust SK more. That's
Yeah, I know.
really-
I know what you feel. I know what you mean there.
That's all it comes down to.
I know what you mean there. God, it's so crazy that we're back to SK and Queso again.
Wasn't this season 1 finals?
Hold on. What's going on here? Let's see. So Drew posted on Twitter half an hour ago, or 3 hours ago, that Lightning and E-Giant Bugfist will be pushed an update very soon. The fix to the Lightning Electro Giant bug. Okay. He's enjoying playing it, and it's way more powerful. Ash invited him to come on and win do a 12-win GC with Electro Giant live on his channel. Drew said he would lose it. Ash challenged him to a BO5. Winner gets to ask the loser any question, and they have to answer truthfully. Drew says, "Count me in. Let's set a time and date. Message me on Slack." That is amazing. And then someone tagged me and said if I would cast. I would, but I don't think I think they'll just do their thing. I think it's much more fun to have those two guys on chat talking to each other.
I'm going to tell Ash I'll pick his decks for him.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. Man, that's gonna be fun. Morton says I am down for practice to Ashes on Ash. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, and someone did DM me and said you called it right that Samuel wasn't retiring. Yeah, I know. Sometimes I know things. Graham Ryder to the right-hand side. Final 20 seconds. Jonathan fighting to stay in the game. Last second E-Wiz. 13 seconds left. That Graveyard's going to do a lot of damage. Poison in. Oh, God. Well, Jonathan, you had a good run, sir. Adriel.
Well, nice losers.
Oh, yeah, you're still in. That's true. You're still in.
You're still-
This tournament's still going for another 17 years.
Yeah, we literally have 2 hours left. Hope you know that.
2 hours?
Like
Oh my
3
God.
best of 5s.
Oh, my God. My wife's going to kill me. She's 99% of the time is really, but she did message me. She's like, is this a long day? I was like, yeah, I think so. Oh boy. All right, let me go ahead and we'll go take a look at the post gamers, and then we'll go ahead and yeah, there you go. There's some matchup stuff.
Yeah, some stuff.
There's some matchup stuff, and then there you go. Boom. Here's where we are. Oh, I need to actually move I didn't move the winners over into their winners area. Hold on, guys. Hold on, everybody. I just realized the winners aren't in the winners section. So let me go move some winners over so that we actually have the whole picture, because I was being silly there. All right. So now we should have everything. There you go. We have 3 and maybe 4 best of 5s, depending on what happens. Wait a second. We have Fram versus Jonathan, Jose versus Mao. Then do the winners of those play, and then that person plays the loser of Mohammed and Adriel. So we have like 4 BO5s left. Maybe 5, right?
You're in trouble.
Let me look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is insane. This was supposed to be all BO5s today too. This is an insanely long thing today.
Did you not
I honestly
realize
don't know if I can make this whole thing today. I need to figure that out. Because I did not realize how much, man, it's like, what time is it in Spain? Does Revel not wake? Does Revel just not sleep? It's so crazy how long they make these things.
If you need, just leave your computer on. I'll
Yes.
just
But then
come back when it
who
ends.
presses play on the games?
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought it was like a clean feed.
No, it's not. It's just me and my whatchamacallit, me and my iPad.
Oh, because my Elgato's broken, so I couldn't even do that.
Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, let me look at this. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Worst comes to worst, if you really absolutely need to, I could probably just take like Rockstar stream or something and just take out the audio and just cast over it.
Yeah, that might work too. Well, if that, yeah, these are all BO5s now too. Really crazy. They are very committed to streaming long tournaments of Clash Royale. That was the thing. I can't remember if it was like the Bren Chong Summer Edition or if it was the AMG Cup or whatever it was. I think it was whatever it was right after the end of CRL spring season. If that's right, yeah, the end of CRL spring. That one in August, like every day was like a 6-hour day of streams.
Oh yeah, we did that whole week together.
Yeah, which one was that?
I couldn't tell you. I was brain dead half the time.
Yeah, it was crazy. Oh yeah, they take turns. That's right.
We brought Carter along one of the days because we were both literally dying.
Yeah, that's right. That wasn't the special edition. That one, the No Tilting special edition was not 6-hour days. Dip was on for part of that too. It was Bren Chong. It was Bren Chong. It was like 6-hour days, and I was like, "What the heck? What are we doing? Why are we here for 6 hours?" Yeah, because it was Bren Chong Cup Summer Edition. It was like before CRL West Fall started. It was so long, and I was just like, "What are you doing?" And they they handle all the organization of all this stuff and get all the players in and run the admin and get all the graphic stuff. So I go ahead and I go along with it. But I would be like, I definitely would like, hey, make it go. These days are never longer than 3 hours, and also, yeah, That's just the number one thing, never longer than 3 hours. But they are animals. Yeah, there's so many more matches left. I'm gonna after this game, I'm gonna go and take a minute and talk to Mrs. Slayton here. And we might we could keep you on here somehow, or we could make an arrangement to transfer the stream over to another English streamer if I do have to go.
Well, like I said, I could take over Rockstars, or I could just literally just get a clean, or just literally put his stream on and just cast.
Oh, we could put it on my stream, you mean? Or you put it on your stream?
Well, I'm saying if you wanted to end it, I could do that. But also, if you I guess if you shared your screen on Discord of Rockstar's stream, that could work. And then I could watch your stream. I could watch your screen on Discord,
that
and then you'd be you'd be streaming that screen on Discord.
Well, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Let me go ahead and get the next game going, Foist. And I'm going to go talk to Mrs. Slayton for a few minutes. 6 BO5s left. Shut the front door. Get the fork out of here if you want to go with that show. You know what's it called? The Good Place. Great show, by the way. The Good Place.
Yeah. So the stream was going to be nearly 7 hours. I feel.
These people are animals. These people are absolute animals. I don't know what kind of World War II kamikaze pilot amphetamines that they're pumping into Revel over there in the Queso house, but geez, it is crazy the level of energy this guy is able to maintain. Oh, I guess they switched though. They switched because Rockstar's on it now too, isn't it? That's the big thing is I need to find an English streaming partner that I switch off with.
Yeah, I'm not like a streamer. I'm just a helper.
Yeah, you're just a fellow that I like. Or halfway, this thing's gonna be 7 hours. My lord. All right, I'll be back in a minute. Dip, carry this thing.
All right. Let's go. What's it just me now? So, we got Mao. Nice little cage on his side. Jose with Archer's Heal Spirit. Looks like it's probably going to be the Balloon Recruit stack. Oh, yeah. No, not Balloon Recruit, just Balloon Bomb Tower. Mao. If he's waiting, it's probably Graveyard. Graveyard Mega Knight. Huh. Nice little fun matchup that we've seen at least 6 or 7 times today. How fun. Yeah. How many times do you think we've watched this matchup today? 10 times? 11 times? Some good fun.
All right, here I am. I am going to try to find a good quality solution so that the people also able to watch some nice Clash Royale. So give me a minute here, folks. Because, yeah,
if my Elgato wasn't broken, I would happily take it over, but I literally can't even stream Clash.
Yeah, that's pretty
So
allow me a few minutes, everybody, as I try to problem solve here.
who won most of this? Oh wait, no, this isn't. Okay, so looks like Mao is just running this version. I don't think we've seen this matchup yet, but with Mega Minion Snowball Hunter, this has to be Mao's matchup. There's no chance it isn't.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if who might be good to carry as their stream setup. It might be good to carry the torch.
Is there anybody currently even online?
Simple streaming.
I don't know who that is.
DC the Boss is streaming.
Don't know him either.
I thought you would know Simple. I don't know why.
I know the CSGO player Simple.
Cheesecake, I didn't know that you. What's your stream on Twitch? I didn't know you streamed. Let's see.
Oh wait, look at that. I was looking away for a sec. It's graveyard, not even the balloon deck. So this matchup, I think with the Hunter and the Cannon card, I would say matchups for Mao, but I could be wrong.
Give me a minute, folks. I'm sorting through some things. Oh, it's, DZ is actually in the middle of an 8 versus 8 sub war, so. All right. I know this is very scintillating commentary, guys.
This is the time where we need Chief Avalon.
Yeah, right?
That guy, dude, that guy's been around. He was casting RPL Season 1, and he still casts all the semi-pro stuff. That guy is like one of like just the OG machines of Clash.
Yeah, well, it's also different. Like the time zone change made it different for me too. Or like
Did it start later or earlier for you?
later, because I'm in Texas right now instead of California.
Oh wait, did you move?
I'm here. I'm in Texas for 3 months. I'm going back to California for 6 months, and then I move here permanently in the summer. Like next, yeah, this summer.
Oh, so did you get like a new like esports job in Texas?
No, I got a new esports job, but it's not in Texas. It's remote. You know, I'm the production manager
okay.
for AMG now.
Oh, really?
Like,
That's
for the Ash Powerbang AMG, not the other AMG.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm doing that with that AMG, and oh, there we go. Mao taking another game off of JoseAntonio. So, oh yeah, and this bracket like doesn't let you show who the winners. This bracket graphic I have is bananas. Now that I'm seeing
These
it.
best of 5 games are, to me at least, going pretty according to plan.
Yeah, right. Pretty according to plan. There we go. There's your matchup data from that one. But no, Mrs. Slayton's family is from Austin. So
Okay.
we're here in Austin for a few months, and then we're going back to LA for 6 months, and then we're gonna sell the house and move here sometime between the summer and early fall of 2021.
Definitely cheaper.
It's definitely a way cheaper lifestyle, that's for sure. And then also like we're right near family, and being near family for kids and stuff like that is super helpful. And baby boy Slayton will grow up next to living close to a bunch of cousins and aunts and uncles and his grandparents, and
Yeah, that's cool.
Better quality of life overall for all of us. And yeah, I can now that I really can work from anywhere with this, and I'm actually gonna be opening up a production studio here in Austin. So
Oh, you're trying to open like your own production studio?
yeah, I mean I'll be in partnership with some people and but yeah, I'm gonna have a full on like production studio here in Austin. Like not just like my streamer setup,
cool.
but like legit stuff. So I can do it a lot less expensive in Austin than I can in LA. So there you go.
That's cool. So you got everything settled out.
Yeah.
I'm excited for North Carolina. I hope everything works out there, especially because it's also cheap there. It's way better than New York, to say the least.
Yeah, no,
Especially-
it's crazy over there.
Long Island is no fun to live.
Derek, those are BO3s? Those are BO3s? Oh, thank God. Those are BO3s. Oh. That's so much better than what I thought. That is much better. So who won that? I didn't even see who won. Because we were so busy trying to figure other things out.
Mao won. You said
Mao
that.
won. Oh, I did say it. I did say it out loud? Okay, good.
You said that loud.
Dude, I'm so trying to like figure out things trying to scramble all at the same second. So I don't know how to even indicate that on this graphic of mine. Please tell me I have the gameplay up. I do. Okay, cool. Hey, Samgon, how are you? I'm just gonna go ahead and put Mao like up here somewhere. How about that? That's a nonsense place. Rich is droning. LOL. I'm around. Yeah. I'm tired, but also like I'm trying to figure out how long we're supposed to be here versus because if those are two, that's a best of 3. That's a best of 3. Oh, but then Mao and Fram or Jonathan have to play a BO5, I think. If Mao won, why Jonathan? Because Mao beat JoseAntonio, not Jonathan. That's why Cheesecake. Because Jonathan is built different, that's really funny. Yeah, Mao's doing pretty well. I mean, you could say out of nowhere there, Moriarty, but... Mao's had some performances as of late. I don't know if he's in the money. I need to figure out what the brackets is. What the money situation is.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
Rich, I forgive you ruining my career by posting the Jose NATO against me on Twitter. Yeah, I buried you, Latak, with that one post. Everything's over now. Sorry. That was my intent, actually. My whole goal there was to ruin you. So, mission accomplished. Strength of Love, talking about... Realized a couple days ago how long AC has been in CR. Oh yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
Crap. Yeah, he played in competitions in 2016, which like nobody played in 2016 in competitions.
Whoa. You did here in Colwood.
I'm just saying it's you and AC. Who else was in that?
Hazard. That's it. Josh was like barely even like in it. I was like the big names back then were only like me and Pompeo in like tournaments. I wasn't necessarily a big name. I was just on like the big teams though back then.
Let's see. The top 3 prizes. First place is $900. Second is $450, and third is $250. That's the breakdown for the prize pool today, folks. Fisherman the Ban from Jonathan.
Yeah, the amount of like OG people, I guess you would say, that are left is so small. It was like me, Chris, Hazard, Pompeo, and now it's just like literally no one. Yeah, Josh wasn't in leagues back then. Josh was just like he played in 15Ks. That was like what he got like known from. Hazard actually played in leagues. I played in leagues, and Pompeo was on my team back then.
Who's on call? VH. Look in the bottom right corner of the stream. Who do we think is the most overrated player in the league? Not touching that one.
that's
Dip.
I'm not saying it. I think we all know. We're all thinking the same thing. But I'm not saying it.
Let's see if Fram can put away Jonathan in 2. Oh, are the decks posted for the CRL Fantasy Deck Challenge thing? Ponos has some 2.0 cycle. That's fun. Thank you very much, Nicola, for the follow. I'm at, according to my Twitch dashboard, I'm at 1,863 followers on Twitch.
Luis, Chris was trainer Chris. Wings was around back then, but he didn't play. Wings wasn't relevant until he finished #1 on ladder. I can believe it. But the same with Mohammed. Like some of these like just insane players are just no one knows who they are. Then they finish #1, and then they just end up being like the best player in the world.
40. I don't think links will work in the chat, but you can try it and see what happens. I don't think they'll work though. So let's see. We have Fram and Jonathan about to finish, and then after Fram and John, Be the winner of that against Mao. Did they not update that in the bracket? Be the winner of that versus Mao. Which is the... Is that even the losers? Luis, we had a whole conversation about this about half an hour ago, and I think you are 100% wrong. There you go.
Yeah, we had a
huge where we broke down all of the numbers and accomplishments and exactly why. When you say that we overhype
exactly
Javi,
the opposite.
it's
Of
the
what you just said.
it's the exact opposite. So no. Max, you had the honor to play against CMC and Surgical Goblin in your career. I beat Vulcan once during one game at my house back in the NA days. I had TSM over and made because they lived like 5 minutes from my house. I had them over and made dinner, and then we played a bunch of CR with the games like cast up on the TV screen in my house, and I can't remember what I ran. I think Vulcan ran 2.6 or something, and I beat him. I felt pretty good about that.
Yeah, I went over to his house a bunch. I love that team.
That house was insane. No more comment.
Yeah.
Let's see. Miner not going to do enough. Isn't Igor better at ladder than Samuel? Than Samuel Basoto?
It's hard to say.
That's a tough one. Igor has one more #1 finish than Sam does, but Sam has over 30 top 5 or top 10 finishes. And that's just the ones that are like clearly trackable.
Yeah, that's a great way. That are clearly trackable. There's definitely more that we just don't know about. They're just lurking in the shadows.
Yeah, Samuel might have 100 top 10 finishes. It's kind of crazy.
He was the first ever person to finish #1 and 2 on ladder.
It's so nutty. It's so nutty.
It was almost Guanek, but then Adam passed him at the last second and finished first, and Guanek finished second and third.
Why didn't Guanek pan out in CRL?
He had like personality issues, like living with the team. But
that's also why he didn't perform as well too.
He was depressed. He just didn't like work. He didn't like a team house environment. Just like didn't work for him.
Fair enough. That's important.
Yeah, it just happens. It's just how things turn out to be. Some people work in team houses, some people don't.
Yeah, Fram just blew that up. Fram blew that up hard.
He also played a lot of Fortnite.
During CRL?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Another one of those.
Well, it's interesting, like, we haven't talked about it a ton. But, like, let's see. So that means he's on... Did we get this bracket updated or what? Whatever. We haven't talked about it a ton, but during CRL EU, like, xAlees did not perform well in CRL EU, and he was super distracted. He was like not
poker.
He was playing. Yeah, there you go. He was playing poker. He was playing poker all the time. Even like we would be in the studio waiting for his match. He'd be playing like poker mini games on his phone. He'd be playing poker on his phone, like literally all the time. I think he was going to like local casinos and stuff too and playing. Like he was obsessed with poker at the time. And
I don't know. He wouldn't have been old enough to go anywhere.
For Indians, he wasn't 18 in NA?
Because no, the only 18 plus casino near LA is like 2 hours away.
That for poker, that's not true.
Oh, for poker is different.
I mean, there's like there's the Indian casinos, but then there's also like the card rooms.
So card rooms are not are 18 plus, but like the casino itself is what, like 21.
Well,
I went to the casino. I went to the casino a bunch last season, and we would have to drive, like me, Eric, Diego, and Chris would drive like 2 hours through the desert to get to this 18 plus place.
Oh, because you guys probably went to what's the name of that place? It's like out towards Arizona.
It's like half. It was not. It was like halfway towards Palm Springs.
Yeah,
or-
yeah. What's that place called? Morongo.
Oh wait, I have the card in my wallet actually.
You guys, it was probably Morongo, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's Morongo.
Yeah.
I just got the card.
Yeah, it's Morongo. Yeah, but from what? Because remember in 2018 we were up in the other part of LA, we were in the valley as opposed to being down in the city.
Yeah.
And that way you have Chumash up there, which I guess is a similar drive, like an hour and a half drive or whatever. But plus you have like the bike and like all these other card rooms in the city. But I don't know. Oh, I added a block term. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, he was playing a lot of online poker. Yeah, he was just distracted. And then I don't know what happened in the off season that turned him back into a beast. But
I think it was he couldn't handle being bad.
yeah.
A bad season is like sometimes like what it takes for someone to actually to get good.
That's a pretty fair point. Let's see. So we have this. We have Mo versus Adriel. There's still so many more matches left. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5 BO5s. Give me a minute here, because I was thinking like maybe we can make it. I think now I'm looking like at this and going like, there's no way we're gonna make it.
All right.
So the question is, do I just send everyone to a Spanish stream, or do I try to like set up someone to do the rest of this in English?
Also, like watching in Spanish isn't even a bad thing. Like,
Yeah.
no offense to you, half the CRL game. Like I mostly watch CRL in Spanish anyway. Because I sometimes
dare
like
you?
I.
How
I,
dare you?
it's not because I like Koji better or any of that. I sometimes don't even want to understand what the casters are saying. Like I just want to sit there with my friends and just watch. Like no, like we don't want to hear anybody. So
And
we'll
just
put another
and just
language.
talk. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. And because we don't
How
want to watch you.
dare you? How dare you? Might have
Yeah,
to
because
fight.
because we Discord screen share. There's like all the Brits. We all watch together. I'm like an honorary Brit at this point.
Congratulations.
I love the British people. Like I don't know how many of them like you've spoken to, but like they're just like the best bunch of people.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in some of those insane Among Us games.
Yeah. Oh yeah, fair enough.
I just hit the mute button on my hit the mute button, my guy. Yeah, you could support me with the watching. Why did Hazard and Brad have trouble making the final step? They're both crazy smart. What do you mean? You're talking about in CRL there, Max? Hazard, the energy. I have never seen a team have as much bad luck as Energy had. Like from top to bottom. Like if Energy.
We literally lost in playoffs because of the admins. I was still like I'm taking this to my grave.
I don't remember that.
We
one.
literally-
Which one is that?
Fnatic when we won like we got 4 games taken away from us. in
Oh,
playoffs.
with the lags.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
lag calls?
lag, quote unquote. AK them unplugging their phones and saying they lagged out.
Whoa, getting some salsa on this one.
I'm still mad, as you could tell.
Very interesting. Not gonna touch that one. Poison to the right hand side.
Oh yeah.
But I'm talking but like for me, what I was talking about was like CRL NA. Like Hazard and Carter played really good 2v2. They played really good 2v2 throughout the West too. But like Hazard and Carter played really good 2v2 in CRL NA. Guanic just couldn't hack it, as we were talking about earlier, and Prashant like wasn't at the level. Just he wasn't there. I don't know what was going on. I don't really know Prashant outside of
He wasn't good to begin with. They signed him. They wanted to build like a miracle story by getting him, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, well that didn't. Yeah, that very clearly didn't work. And then that's what's happening because I'm running that too. I'm checking on something. Man, I think I'll have to make it at least to the Mao Adriel. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go through the Mohammed Adriel match, and then I'm gonna cut it. I think. Then I'll transfer us somewhere else.
That's the finals anyway.
Yeah. Right. Whatever. Yeah. Right. That's a good point. I think we'll do that one, and then we'll be done.
That's like the last World Finals. Actually, so funny. Like when I when I was obviously I was there watching, I fell asleep during the Liquid EDGM finals. I fell asleep.
That's funny.
I woke up for when it was over and everyone started screaming. That's when I woke up.
That's really funny.
Well, we went off no sleep that night anyway. We had 15 people at the Energy house.
Sure, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Is that Energy and CRL Season 1 in North America. Prashant couldn't play at that level. Guanik crumbled. And Hazard and Carter played great 2v2. I think they went 9-2 in sets or something like that.
Even Chief J was undefeated.
Yeah, even Chief J was undefeated. But I've never seen any team lose more games by double-digit HP than Energy did. So many clinching games, deciding games that they lost by insanely close HP and one thing didn't go right. It was crazy. Energy should not have. Their record could have easily have been reverse what their record was just by a little bit of luck going their way.
Yeah, there's been multiple teams like that. Pain last split Pain, they were one game off beating SK, Queso, and us. And then they ended up just go. Oh no, they went 1-3, and they were one game off beating us. Oh, us, Space Station, and SK.
Yeah.
They made, if they just won one more game, and then they just got screwed over. And it's so many situations. And then us this season, we lost 5 or something to 4 2v2s by, while the set was 1-1 by less than 100 HP, as well for us.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Energy, because people don't know about this, I don't think, or maybe they do, or they forgot about it, whatever it was, but, whatchamacallit, Pedro and, who was the other one? Who was the other guy who was supposed
Lich.
to be on the team? And yeah, Pedro and Lich were both supposed to be on Energy in 2019. So a lot of things had to be moved around.
Yeah, then their visas got messed up, and then they couldn't even come.
Yep.
Oh, it's so bad for that. And then they had to just get Thunder last second, and then they didn't even do. Wasn't that season not even that bad for them either, or was it really bad?
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad, if I remember correctly. But also, again, Hazard and Carter did okay in 2v2, and Thunder did what he could, wearing someone else's jersey. And
Thunder didn't do awful from what I remember. Thunder had a lot of really close games.
Yeah, I need to go look at the numbers on that one. Which don't tell the whole story, obviously.
I remember Thunder, he won the hardest matchups and would lose the easiest matchups is what I remember. And even he says that season was just he would play out of his mind when he had to, and then when he didn't have to, he would just completely crumble.
I'm trying to think of. Never mind. I was thinking about I was now as people are talking about the lag so much in the chat. I was thinking about one very controversial lag conversation that I don't remember which match it was. And I don't
Surgical Flobby game string or in CRL? In CRL, it was the first. In CRL, it was Virtue versus Diego in season 1, and then remember Liquid stayed there for 5 hours.
Well, that one, that's a whole different. Man, we need to do a documentary behind the scenes documentary about that first season at some point, because there's so many interesting things about that one. But that was, in my opinion, partially because there was no coach for that team. But that's a whole different thing.
Yeah, Liquid thought they can just run with no coach and be okay.
Yeah, that was a big part of that. Played the Skeletons high there, as opposed to activating King Tower against Graveyard. Dude, Fram. Even I know that one. Mortar to the center, you play Skeletons in line in front of your King Tower, release them as it hits 3/4, and boom, you have a King Tower activation against Graveyard.
Boof.
There you go. Play your Skeletons right there. No, don't play them there. That's not where you play them. Okay. I know he's winning, but also. Okay.
I remember the what's it called? The Boofmac versus Yeri one, where Charlie had 2 RGs on Yeri's tower, and then his skeletons got drop glitch from his tower with 300 HP left, and then he got a rematch for that. That one still hurts.
There was one that was about a cannon. I don't remember which matchup it was, but where like because of I can't remember if it was bats or skeleton, but because of some drop glitch, a cannon didn't come out. And
Yeah, that was no, it was Yeri's mortar in that matchup.
It was mortar, right?
Yeah,
So-
but like,
okay.
dude, Yeri had 2 elixir, and his skeletons didn't drop in time, and there was 2 RGs on his tower. He was like, oh, and he didn't even touch Charlie's tower. It was a 100-0 match, and he was like, oh well, if I cycled my skeletons, I could have pushed the RG to be RG back with my mortar. And it's like, no, like you lost. And I'm like, nope, drop glitch, and then, I'm still angry.
Yeah, I mean the only way to do that, right? Because it's one of those things where like if there's a lag, there's a lag, and it's hard to like argue about it. The only way to do that would be to have a committee that evaluates that sits there and evaluates the replay and votes on it.
Well, yeah, but that was undercover, and he didn't like. It was just him, and he didn't know any better. Which was like the unfortunate thing is like he was the person who was supposed to be responsible for saying if it was a rematch or not, and he just didn't know any better.
I mean, but also it's like you have to err on the side of. Wait, was that a BO3? I thought that was a BO5. I thought we were in BO5s at this point. I guess that was a BO3. What the heck? I mean, I'm happy about it, but that was a $200 BO3. Oh boy. Oh boy, I did not realize that was a $250 matchup.
Jesus.
I did not realize that. Wait, hold on. I'm a little confused about the format here. About what's happening now. So Fram goes on. So, I guess Fram will face the winner of this next one, or the loser of this next one, and all right, there you go. We're down to the top 3 matches. Interesting. I just want to watch Mo play. Yeah.
I think in NRG, I think we had like the most lag outs against us in the league. Like, I think like it was almost an average of like once or twice a match, someone would lag out versus us.
Yeah.
And then like the couple times, and like I think like the 2 times we lagged that season, we didn't get rematches. That's why I'm like even more salty about it. It's because
Read my
like
comment above. It's a handful. Adriel versus Mo, loser versus Fram versus winner versus Adriel. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Armor is that Fnatic versus Energy was both during the 1v1. Who has Adriel lost to? No one yet. No one yet. So here's the situation, guys. We're going to do Adriel versus Mohammed Light. The winner is going to guarantee themselves a spot in the top 2. The loser goes down to play in the 3rd place match against... who is it? Against Framsito. So there you go. I didn't realize that that last one was a whatchamacallit was a BO3. I thought that was supposed to be a BO5. So cool. Happy with that one. All right, let's go ahead and dial in for this one because this one deserves it. Here we go. Light and Adriel. Winner's bracket. Winner goes on and guarantees themselves a number 2 spot at minimum, either 1st or 2nd place. Loser has to go down and play against Framsito to have a shot at the $900 first prize in this $1,600 event. And Mohammed Light has been insane. Adriel at least lost, I think, 1 BO3 during the earlier portion of the tournament, during the group stage. But Mohammed Light has not lost a single match this entire tournament.
like even like is he 2-0 swept every game?
Well, he lost some games, but never lost a set.
That I get a little scared.
Yeah, Adriel lost a match or 2 during the round robin stage. But now that we're here in the bracket round, both these guys undefeated in the bracket round. This is the winner's bracket final. Winner again is goes into the grand final where they're guaranteed one or either first or second place, guaranteed a minimum of $450, and then the loser here will face Framsito in the third place match. In the I don't want to be third place match is a better way to put it.
So this matchup, I think this matchup should be in favor of Mo, with the Graveyard Cycle with Archer's Mega Minion. But I've definitely seen it go both ways. But with Barb Hut, I think I would say this is for Mo with Barb Hut, but I could be wrong.
Inferno Dragon to the left-hand lane.
Oh, Inferno Dragon, not Mega Minion. So Inferno Dragon actually definitely makes this better for Mo, because he's able to shut down these Knights and Baby Dragons at the bridge. And yeah, I think this makes it just pretty solid for Mo all around. He just always has good answers and good defenses for everything in this matchup. So yeah, I think it's solid for him.
And that Heal Spirit probably would have liked to have that go to the Knight instead of the Baby Dragon, so maybe misplacing that a little bit is Light, and a little well played out from Adriel. That's a little bit of a BM there.
That's a lot of damage.
And it all comes down to that Heal Spirit going to the Baby Dragon instead of going to the Knight. What a tiny and important difference that is.
Yeah, Clash Royale is just like they say about baseball. It's like a game of inches. Like Clash Royale is a game of like inches and milliseconds. It's just like, it's so precise. Every single thing. The slightest mistake can literally just be the downfall of your entire career.
Is this just the graveyard placement now, even with the rework being reverted?
Dude, I'm telling you, I don't think people like realized. I genuinely don't know.
Someone DM Light and see if he knows what's going on. Here we go.
It's not like a bad placement, but like, I just don't think they know. Really, like honestly.
What I do wonder, I mean, I've actually never done the play testing on it, is with the original graveyard spawning, does that have a worse performance than the traditional placement?
Well, actually, never mind. I think I'm wrong. Well, against Poison, I think that's still the placement, because I think that still statistically spawns more on the tower in that spot. So against Poison, you typically play that placement, because if they defensive Poison, that placement, regardless, always gets more damage.
Final minute approaching. Triple Elixir on its way, and right now it is Adriel with the lead here against Light. Barb Hut's up behind his Princess Tower, 1078 on that side.
Yeah, Mo's been able to catch up pretty well after taking that early chunk. But yeah, he's able to just pull things back together, but yeah, I don't know.
Poison working on the left-hand side, and now in the lead for the moment, but very low on Elixir. Has to go with the Knight High to deal with the Barb Barrel. And defending very well right now is the Egyptian and putting good counter pressure on, but now in triple, the pressure is coming in really, really hot the other direction. I think this might be it. And by 107 HP, Adriel takes game number 1.
Adriel's sweating right now. And Mo probably a little frustrated with that first defense. Taking so much damage that early was really the difference maker for him, while only losing by 100 HP there at the end.
So there you go, taking a look at the matchup data. Of course, it's not giving us a full 8 of 8 matchup on these two. But even with that, giving Light a pretty significant advantage. And chat here pretty impressed with what Adriel was able to pull off.
I was impressed with how much Mo was able to bring it back. But it was still, still well played from Adriel. Got that early damage. And Mo's definitely kicking himself a little bit just by allowing that much damage early on and just making it too hard to come back from.
Barb Barrel will be the ban from Mohammed Light, a.k.a. Kicks Light.
That's interesting. You don't see a Barb Barrel ban too often.
So one thing you think about that, though, is that Barb Barrel is certainly sort of an indirect ban, or at least narrowing of the graveyard decks, quite specifically. So that's a compelling one.
I would say Mo's decks are typically good against graveyard. That's why it's like also even more surprising to me, at least.
Interesting.
I think Mo's like a bait player. He's a graveyard player. He's a hog cycle player. Like all those fare pretty decently against it.
Well, I'm wondering why he wants the bar barrel ban. Maybe he has something else up his sleeve.
Yeah, I'm thinking he must have something else up his sleeve, or maybe he's probably doing a bit more analysis on Adriel than we have. But Adriel's one of those players where like he can use everything. So I guess since he's like since Adriel is so versatile, I guess bar barrel is a card that's is in a lot of decks. So it's just a versatility card just to knock off the table.
All right, here we go into game number 2. The Dominican player up 1. Ban is bar barrel. Do you think if Adriel was older, he would have had a CRL team?
Yeah, I don't see how he wouldn't. To be honest, he's so good. Like actually, like just he's genuinely like insane.
Well, we'll see maybe if 2021 has some doors opening up for him. Baby Dragon beats Baby Dragon on the right-hand side, and Light goes ahead and cycles Mega Knight in the back.
So it looks like the graveyard deck from Adriel, and with Baby Dragon, I'm not too sure for Mo. Maybe also graveyard. So this should be a pretty interesting matchup here.
Inferno Dragon burning hard on the right-hand side. Ewiz will stop that from working. Nice little cleanup snowball there from the Egyptian. Baby Dragon on the right-hand side, and now it's a pretty solid bit of tankage there for the graveyard. So we expect the freeze to come in at some point here. How long do you think Adriel will hang on to it?
Very, very long time, especially with Ewiz and Snowball. I don't think Adriel has a good reason to use it for a very long time. Oh, okay, so Ram Rider for Mo. Okay.
Well, Bowler ain't bad in a Ram Rider situation, as you see here, so good defense and now a nice beefy tank for the counter push. Going into double elixir time, no real damage either side, but 21.99 is the mark on the bottom right-hand tower of the Kicks team player. And that's a fun freeze.
That's a good time to use your freeze. But then that's also a good time to use your snowball for Mo. So just kind of a double outplay there. And then the Fisherman to pull the Valk away, so it's not able to do that, and that is Tower. That was such a good Fisherman by Mo to pull that Valk away so that it didn't kill the Ewiz, and the Ewiz stayed alive, killed the Inferno Dragon. Just absolute perfection from Mo. Which, are you surprised? Because I'm not.
Yeah, no one's surprised about that one. Great play. So this is the matchup we hoped for. We wanted it to be a close one, and after 2 games, tied up 1-1. And while this isn't the final, it does feel like this is that matchup. We'll get the update on the stats there in just a second, as Royale API chugs the numbers. And there you go. Poison Neverend came out for Light. Fisherman the ban from Adriel, so that'll be off the board after this. So overall, a pretty good play there. And while it seemed like Adriel had a chance with some of that defense in the end, Light was nicely able to overwhelm, and a lot of that was that Fisherman play. So Dip, with the bans now being Fisherman and Barb Barrel, what does that tell you about where we're going?
Fisherman and Barb Barrel. I would say, I don't even know. Maybe Hog? Could definitely be seeing maybe a Mega Knight Graveyard without Fisherman. I'm not too sure, to be honest.
It does, Fisherman being out does take away a lot of what's really popular in the meta right now, obviously. Zach asking, did I get the job from Supercell, Dip? Rich, please respond.
No. I did not. Unfortunate. But regardless, I hope someone deserving and good gets the job. That's all I could say.
Fisherman band, bar barrel band. Light opens up by cycling skeletons. And log. Interesting two to open up with.
Probably a hog from Mo, maybe. Oh, good timing.
And yeah, very nice timing. Hog EQ to open things up. And Adriel going with Le Barbe Hut. You just hope you don't see anything big and pink coming out in here.
Something you always love to see while using Earthquake. It's just a nice easy bar putt to Earthquake off of existence.
Well, I guess he had to play the log at that stage, and there you go. Hog to the right-hand side. EU is high, so it's going to be graveyard for Adriel. This is a weird graveyard deck. It puts a lot of pressure on, but it's a graveyard deck that feels like it shouldn't work. Dip, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, with Log, I'm not sure. Log is amazing. Like this graveyard deck has been pretty good for a while. But yeah, but with Log, I just don't know. He's gonna have a really hard time killing archers and just like stuff across the bridge.
So we'll see when Adriel chooses to pull the trigger. Goes ahead and sets up Baby Dragon to the right-hand side. Maybe he'll switch lanes on this first graveyard push. He will have options on both sides for tanks with the yellow-haired fellas to the left and the Baby Dragon to the right. Skeletons to kite, and that's a nice, well-timed kite out of Light.
Oh my god, Mo is just perfect. Mo just is perfection. Like, that's just like how that's the only way to describe his Clash Royale gameplay. And then the snowball.
Yeah, that whole sequence was very, very nice.
Everything he does is just better than what his opponents do. Simple as that. Is he was gonna die? No, that's pretty rough.
That's a good snowball, and the log to make sure that US got finished off gets the extra hog hit on the right-hand side, so continuing to play some really brilliant Clash Royale is Mohammed Light.
He's literally just better. Simple as that.
Knight cycled in the back. Adriel getting his Baby Dragon to the right-hand side and sets up the Inferno Tower early.
Mo is 100% one of my absolute favorite players to watch in the game. He's just so good and just fun to watch. And there you go. Just like a good play from him. He's gonna get another Earthquake off in a sec. Probably not. He's actually probably gonna want to defend here. Gonna get an early set of archers so that he can cycle to another pair. That's a smart play. Kill off the healer, cycle back. Probably play an Earthquake if he wants in the bar putt, but he might not.
And another nice little split kite, which that's easier to do against the Mega Knight, obviously, than against the Baby Dragon. The timing of the Baby Dragon's a bit more, just a tiny bit more crucial than the single target Mega Knight.
Good hog. He's playing the hog to prevent. But ooh, there's a bit of skeleton stack. Oh no, he has his own skeletons there. I thought I was looking at the wrong set of skeletons there for a second.
You know, one thing when we're watching this match and this work out of Mohammed is the small spell work. And you see a good game come off from Adriel, he knows. The small spell work in this one. And I actually really liked that he went with the Inferno Tower one, but with the Snowball. I prefer the Snowball variant of this deck over the Delivery variant in general. The small spell work out of Mohammed was absolutely gorgeous in that game. The Snowball work might have been what got the bigger headlines, but the log play was really, really nice. You know, some people are... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like his log at the bridge to kill the Ewiz, to cycle the archers to play low, and like most people would probably play log in the graveyard to be scared to take that little bit of damage, but he is just, like, everything he does is just, like, perfection. Like, I think Mo is just on the same level of, like, watching to me as, like, Ruben and Mugi are.
Well,
in my eyes,
certainly put together a great one in this matchup against Adriel, and now has the advantage 2-1. Winner, of course, guarantees themselves a place in the grand final, has a shot at the first place prize of $900. Loser will face Framsito to see who comes back into that grand final. And it's going to be a good one either way. So bans
Is
are
it
still
2-0
going to say.
right now?
Say what?
Oh, no, is it? It's 1-1. Never mind.
It's 2-1 right now. Mohammed Light's up
Oh, it's
2-1. Yep.
What was the last game? Why am I blanking?
The game before that was Mohammed
the Ram Rider
the
game.
Ram Rider game. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So a pretty good one overall. Let's go ahead and see. Our next game should be here in a moment. And Mo taking his time choosing these decks because now, right now the difference between third, fourth, at first. I mean, first place is 900, second place is 450, and third is 250. So these matchups start to matter more and more as we are at this stage now that the money's really in the mix. One game could be the difference between up to a few $100s, which is no joke. And I've heard that Mo's trying to get a new golden chair. So got to save up that money. Really start stacking those bills.
I was a bit more impressed by than his chair was his beautiful curtains.
I was about to say the curtains. The curtains were luxurious, if you will.
Egyptians, they have very they always have such nice decorations from what I've seen. Like whenever I see houses in Egypt on YouTube and stuff, they always have such beautiful carpets, curtains, tables, chairs. It all just looks so nice.
Well accessorized are the houses.
Yeah.
Here we go. Game number 4. Mohammed Light with the advantage over Adriel. Bans are Bar Barrel and Fisherman.
Around Fisher, and let's see. Rich, give me a deck you think's gonna get used. Oh my, bats. These are not as happies. Oh my. So yeah.
I think that Mo's going with an old version of. Oh no, because you wouldn't play bats with that, would you? All right, never mind.
Mo's either using mortar or he missed the fire as well.
That missed fireball is brutal. Adriel with a bit of nerves here, and it's wall breakers. And that's a big wall breaker connection, plus the miner, and that might be the end of this game. Pigs in.
Yeah. And delivering. This game is just over before it even got started. That's just unfortunate from Adriel, just getting run through.
Yeah.
That early in the game.
Well, if I were his coach, I would suggest that he doesn't miss fireballs. That'd be my number one note. So
yeah, it's a rare mistake from Adriel, but a costly one. Kind of like what we were saying before with these heavy decks. Make one mistake and it's game over.
And that was a pretty big one. Dark Goblin able to stay around for a long time. Good pickup with the Knight.
Yeah, he's just gonna with log and as well. Just bats are gonna get so much value this game. Just an unholy amount. That's honestly. Big heal spirit, getting all that off the table.
What I don't know is how difficult it's going to be for Mo to get more tower damage at this stage.
Yeah, it's a very interesting deck. With the high zappies, he's just opening up the opportunities for one of the tower damage because how is he supposed to catch miners?
And Knight down. Log out, and that's how you catch miners. You predict them with recruits, I guess. The wall breakers has to fireball it, but you still have essentially 7 elixir on the board. And this is not going to necessarily be easy for Light to hold on for these 2 minutes.
I think he's gonna start pressuring the other lane probably pretty soon.
There's the wall breakers, but Adriel's happy to eat that one. And that's the right call.
He's happy to eat that, and Mo's probably happy to get this bit of chip, and he's just going to keep on. He's going to hope that Adriel tries to overdefend the right, and either gives him super opportunities to start getting damage in the left, or... Yeah, no, you're right, Rich. This actually could bounce back pretty hard against Mo's favor, but not like that.
Look at that flying machine, though, on the left-hand side.
Dark Goblin.
Oh, my word. But
So
still,
with 2 spits on the tower, but still 108 damage is.
and Adriel tried to catch it with the bar putt, didn't get it done, and Mohammed Light wins that one 3-2-1. And guys, that's gonna be it for my portion of it. I have had a whole lot of fun with you guys, but we've been here for 4.5 hours. I have a child who I think is probably in the bath right now, and I'm gonna go be a dad here. So normally I go and I host some smaller streamer, but I think that most people here probably want to watch this event. That's my guess, right? Would I be right in saying that most people here are trying to actually watch the remainder of this match, remainder of this event? So just to make it nice and easy, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to host let me go ahead here. I'm going to go ahead and send you guys straight to the Spanish stream. Let me just go ahead and bring that up. I believe there it is. There you go. So I'm going to go ahead and send you guys straight to the Spanish stream here. I hope you have a good time. It's been fun hanging out with you. If you're watching this replay on YouTube, I'll try to see if I can get the rest of the matches and splice them in here at the end. And if not, I'll have a link to Revel's channel where those matches will be. So here you guys go. It's been fun. Oh, I don't want to do it, and I'm not supposed to do that. Hold on. Host, there we go. And I will see you guys dip. Thanks so much, man. It's been fun hanging with you. And it's always a good time to do this. All right. Later, everybody. Bye.
All right. Well, good stream.